So, okay, delegates, rapporteurs not here yet, but we will resume as usual. So, good morning to you all. Are there any motions on the floor?
Yes, Chair.
Delegate of, sure, Delegate of Australia.
The Delegate of Australia proposes to move into moderated caucus of a total of 20 minutes with an individual speaker's time of 60 seconds to discuss about the future of the West Bank settlements.
That is in order. Are there any other motions? If not, we will move into voting procedure. Delegates in favor of the motion brought forward by the Delegate of Australia, please raise your hands. Delegates against the motion? The motion clearly passes. Delegate of Australia, would you like to speak first or last?
Preferably first.
Sure. Delegates wishing to be on the GSL, please raise your hands. The topic is future of the West Bank, with individual speaking time of 1 minute and total time of 20 minutes. Delegate of USA, Delegate of DPRK, Israel, UAE, Turkey, France, Mexico, India. Delegates, if you've been recognized, please lower your hands. Belgium, Italy, UK, Austria. Any more delegates wishing to speak? So that will be it. Delegate of Australia, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. If the Chair agrees on a two-state commitment and if the area which is presently occupied by Israeli settlers comes under a potential Palestine state, then the delegation has no objection against the removal of the settlements on the West Bank, as they can be deemed illegal if the resolution is passed and the borders defined. But if the committee decides on a one-state solution, one that is not endorsed by the Commonwealth of Australia, then the delegation would strongly oppose the removal of the settlements, as it would be in accordance with international laws. But presently, respected Chair, the delegation does not consider the settlements illegal. Thank you.
Thank you,
Floor is
Delegate.
yielded back to the Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of USA. You have the floor.
Thank you, Executive Board. While the United States strongly supports the state of Israel and its right to exist, it cannot be denied that the settlements in Area C of the West Bank are an obstacle to peace. These settlements, they further hinder any kind of division of the region between two entities, and hence the United States believes that while settlements already existing can be dealt with later, it is critical that the state of Israel issue a cease order to any further settlements that may be constructed. The United States recognizes that the individuals who tend to reside in these settlements are more of a fundamentalist nature, and hence understands that the religious and sentimental delicateness of this matter must be dealt with very carefully. Mr. Chair, I'd like to cede the floor to points of information.
Delegate, you have some time left. How would you like to yield your time?
Points of information, Mr. Chair.
Delegate, you may yield it back to the chair to questions, comments.
Yeah, to questions, yeah.
Are there any questions for the Delegate of USA? Delegate of India?
Could the delegate of the United States of America elucidate on the seas or
Point of personal privilege. Could you repeat that? When you started, it got cut off.
Delegate, please repeat.
Yes, Chair. Could the delegate of the United States of America elucidate on the cease order which they talked about?
Permission to respond?
Sure, Delegate.
Delegate for the Republic of India, by cease order, the delegate means any domestic regulation by which the State of Israel may end the construction of further settlements in the West Bank.
Thank you, delegate.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any points for Delegate of USA speech? Yes, Delegate of DPRK.
The delegate had mentioned about not reversing the Jewish settlements. So then when we are establishing the two-state resolution, then a distinct nation, a distinct land allocation for the Palestinian relies with the West Bank and East Jerusalem. So doesn't that mean the Jewish settlements there would be a hindrance when we are deciding the borders and land allocation?
Absolutely. That is why the delegate mentioned in his remarks previously that in order to actually divide the region, these settlements would need to stay where they are, and then a compromise can be worked out. But the delegate is referring to the immediate short term, in that further settlements should not be constructed. Why make the problem more complicated? The problem is already complicated as is. So as the international community and as the stakeholders of the conflict work out a solution, it is critical that we don't make things worse. And that is what the United States was arguing for in the remarks.
Request to follow, Chair.
Granted, Delegate.
Now, when we are having the Jewish settlements placed there, it's not about complicating the issue. The Jewish settlements were newly moved to those places, which means those settlements do not belong to them beforehand. But Palestinian occupation there has been from the very first, which means that it was an occupied territory and considered the same by international community. So, not reversing the Jewish settlements.
Delegate of USA, just let the Delegate of DPRK finish your sentence. And Delegate of DPRK.
The connection got really.
All right, sure. Delegate of DPRK, please repeat your question and please make it a bit shorter. Thank you.
Sure, Chair. The question is now these Jewish settlements which are there in the West Bank were moved newly and they were not present from the establishment of Israel or very currently. These occupations have been moved to West Bank, which literally means that they have annexed the Palestinian occupations. So it would be fair and a wise decision if only the Palestinian occupations are made to settle there, and that won't complicate the issue further. Right?
Permission to respond.
Sure, Delegate.
The United States is confident that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is well understanding of the idea of annexing land illegally. But that aside, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea must understand that these are existing problems, and the United States accepts that, and we should work out a solution. The United States does not stand in the way of reallocating this land or in the way of figuring out a solution. Granted, they did not exist prior, but why is that a problem? We can work something out, and that is what we are here to do today, and what we were here to do yesterday. So that is not something that should pose a hindrance to our peace negotiations. However, it is critical that we don't make things worse. This is what the delegate keeps repeating. We should not make things worse, and hence the United States believes that Israel should cease construction of further settlements so that we have a solid framework upon which to build a land division agreement.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any other points? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of Israel. You have the floor.
Thank you. Delegates, the state of Israel has been convicted with the crime of destroying a possible two-state solution. After much consideration of the causes and possible effects that a one-state and two-state solution could offer, the delegation of Israel has finally come to the conclusion to follow the two-state solution. From its genesis, the duty of the Israelis has been to provide the people of our nation all the right that they deserve and to create and establish a fully Jewish nation, one that they can call home. Therefore, the Delegate of Israel has decided to go along with the idea of separating Israel from Palestine, which could, in return, also help with the West Bank settlement issue. Furthermore, regarding the issue of the West Bank settlements, although Israel cannot force any Israelis to move out of their current location and evacuate from the West Bank, we can surely make efforts to limit the number of Israelis migrating to the West Bank and anywhere that is Palestine.
Delegate, please wrap up your speech.
Anywhere that's a Palestine region after the split and after proper borders have been established. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points? Any points on, yes, Delegate of India?
So, Delegate of the State of Israel, you stated that Jewish settlements should be limited in the West Bank region, but is the country following that?
As the Delegate of Israel had mentioned in her speech, it is a future plan. So even at this point, even though there are a couple of settlements that are in the West Bank region, now onwards from the future, we can try to limit it once the proper two-state solution has been followed with proper borders. That is something that the State of Israel can definitely work on.
Okay, Delegate.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of DPRK?
The Delegate of Israel had mentioned about limiting the Jewish migration to the West Bank to make it as a properly established Palestinian region. But doesn't the Delegate of Israel also recognize the necessity for reversing the current Jewish settlements in order to make Israel a complete Jewish nation and to establish West Bank as a proper Palestinian territory?
Delegate, see, if we try to remove people from the Jewish settlement in West Bank, it could be a really difficult process, something that cannot be quite feasible at this point of time. So step one of the plan to solve many of the issues would be to limit people from Israel to move towards the Western Bank, especially like the sea area. So that's something that we can do. However, asking them to move, that would further make them refugees, which could, create more problems in the future, something that we wouldn't want to do at this point.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you.
Delegates, Delegate of USA?
Thank you, Chair. The United States would like to ask the State of Israel if there can be a time frame within which the construction of settlements may be ceased.
Hopefully, according to how we establish the two-state solution, if all the details have been set out correctly, within 1 year minimum, we can try to cease as much as possible.
Delegate of USA, are you satisfied?
Yeah, the delegate is. Thank you, Delegate of Israel, and thank you, Executive Board.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of UAE. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thousands of Israelis have built their homes and established livelihoods in the West Bank. Currently, these settlements are considered illegal. However, it is nearly impossible to evacuate so many people and demolish their livelihoods. The region of the West Bank is clearly supposed to be a Palestinian territory. The Delegate of UAE therefore supports the fact that the Israeli government must not encourage new settlements in that region. Those people who want to live in the West Bank must be given the choice whether they would like to remain in the Palestinian territory or move back into Israel. These people must not be forced or pressurized on this decision. They must not be subject to any kind of discrimination or violence, and this is what the UAE stands for. Thank you.
Delegate, you have some time left. How would you like to yield your time?
I would like to yield it to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points? Yes, Delegate of Australia.
So from what the delegate mentioned, does it mean that the Jewish settlers get the option of staying there? Was not very clear, not comprehensible.
Permission to reply, Chair.
Sure, Delegate.
Delegate of Commonwealth of Australia. Yes, the people who live in the West Bank currently, they can stay there. However, future new settlements must be restricted. Those people who live there, they've built their livelihoods, they've made their homes from many years, and they've settled in that place. It would be both problematic and disturbing for those people to shift to an entirely new region. Therefore, it is best to leave the choice to them whether to stay or to leave. However, no violence must be inflicted from the Palestinian side to them. That's what I stand for.
The delegation is satisfied. Thank you. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Chair.
Delegates, yes, Delegate of Israel.
Thank you, Chair. So Delegate of UAE, the Delegate of Israel completely supports what you're saying, and the delegate has a point of information. So you would mentioned about the Jews having a choice to stay in Palestine afterwards, right? So if that happens, would you suggest them being considered as Palestinians after the proper borders have been settled, or would they still be considered as Israelis according to the nationality issue?
Right to reply, Chair.
Yes, Delegate.
Delegate of Israel, the Delegate of UAE believes that they should also be considered as Palestinians, as they are now living on Palestinian territory, or else discrimination and violence may be inflicted on them if they are considered as Israelis. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegates. Delegate of Turkey.
A point of information, Chair.
Granted.
Delegate of UAE, you mentioned that the people who settled in Palestinian West Bank region are the settlers from Israel, from the Israeli region, but from many years ago. What's your stance on the most recent movement of settlers into the new settlements in the West Bank region?
Delegate of UAE.
Delegate of Turkey, I believe the Delegate of UAE believes that Israel should restrict more new settlements on that area. But the people who have been living there for years, it would be very wrong to make them shift and destroy their livelihood by making them shift into a totally new area. They would be refugees as well. That's why my views is that the Delegate of UAE's views is that Israel must restrict the new settlements, but the existing settlements must be given a choice whether to move into Israel or stay in the Palestinian territory.
I'm satisfied with the answer.
Thank you, Delegates. Yes, Delegate of India.
Delegate of the UAE, according to the best interests of the people living in the permanent Jewish settlements, the people would like to be called Israelis and not Palestinians. So isn't it inevitable that they would move out?
Delegate of India, that choice would be entirely left to them. Because if they would like to move into Israel and be known as Israelis or be a citizen of Israel, it is totally their choice. So it would be their choice totally, and no pressurization or force would be put on that issue.
Request to follow up, Chair.
Delegate, you may do it by chits because due to the time constraint, we also have another question from Delegate of Brazil. So Delegate of Brazil, what is it?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, apologies for the interruption. Actually, I would like, Delegate of Brazil would like to ask Delegate of UAE that what about the citizenship of the people who are living in the West Bank? Will dual citizenship will be encouraged, or they will be considered as Israelis or Palestinians?
Delegate of Brazil, those people who choose to live on the West Bank and not move back to Israel, they should be known as Palestinians. So they would be given a Palestinian citizenship to simplify the matters furthermore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegates. Delegate of India and Brazil, I believe your hands are still raised. All right, thank you, Delegates. We'll move on to the next speaker. That's Delegate of Turkey. Delegate, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So, apologies. Turkey supports the state of Palestine becoming an independent state, but as seen, it is not a possible solution. So we will now support a two-state solution where both Israelis and Palestinians get equal representation. Turkey also is adamantly against the annexation of West Bank by Israel. Therefore, West Bank should belong to the Palestinians. The future settlements, if there are future settlements, it should be blocked by Israel, and I support Israel's move to prevent any more formation of Israeli settlements that are illegal on Palestinian lands in the West Bank. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. You have some time left. How would you like to yield your time?
I yield to comments, Chair.
Are there any comments on the Delegate of Turkey's speech? Any comments? Yes, Delegate of Israel.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate of Turkey. The Delegate of Israel completely supports you in your stances, and the delegate will make sure that Israel prevents future settlements from settling in the West Bank, as it is actually a Palestinian area.
Thank you, Delegate. Yes, Delegate of India.
The Delegate of India agrees with the Delegate of the Republic of Turkey and is also happy to hear about the compromise from the Delegate of the State of Israel. It clearly makes the peacemaking process easier.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any points? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of France. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Following the announcement of the normalization of Israel's relation with the United Arab Emirates, which France welcomed, it committed to suspending its annexion projects temporarily. France considers that to be a positive decision, which should become a permanent measure. The annexation of Palestinian territories, whatever the scope, would be a violation of international law, and particularly the prohibition of acquisition of territories by force. It would aggravate tensions and seriously compromise the two-state solution, and would be contrary to the interests of both the peoples of Israelis and the Palestinians, as well as the Europeans and the wider than international community. In this context, France and its willing partners are actively calling on the Israeli authorities to refrain from any unilateral action leading to the annexion of Palestinian territories. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. You have some time left. How would you like to yield your time?
Comments?
Are there any comments on the Delegate of France's speech? Any comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to points. Are there any points? All right, so we move on to the next speaker, Delegate of Mexico. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In accordance with UN Security Council Resolution 2334, Mexico calls for an end to the increasing settlements and violence in the occupied Palestinian territory, which runs counter to international law and impedes peace. As many as 682 structures were demolished so far in 2021, including some which were financed by the international community and were essential for health and drinking water. Concerned for the increase in tension in the old city of Jerusalem, particularly around the Holy Esplanade, Mexico urges both parties to refrain from taking any actions that changes the status quo in a way that affects the city's historic and demographic character, and also calls for Palestinian authorities to organize municipal and parliamentary elections, underscoring the importance of guaranteeing the participation of women and young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points? Yes, Delegate of USA.
Request to comment?
Delegate, this is a point. You may ask a point of information, point of order. Right. Delegate of India.
I have a point of personal privilege. Could the Delegate of Mexico repeat the last sentence?
Yes, Delegate of Mexico.
Yes. Just a second. Okay. Mexico urges both parties to refrain from actions that changes the status quo in a way that affects the city's historic and demographic character, and also calls for Palestinian authorities to organize municipal and parliamentary elections, underscoring the importance of guaranteeing the participation of women and young people.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, delegates. Delegate of Israel.
Thank you, Chair. So Delegate of Mexico, I believe the delegate mentioned about
Delegate, is it a point of information?
it's a point of information, Chair.
Please mention it.
So Delegate, you mentioned about refraining from violence and ending violence total, right? So Delegate, what would be some protective and preventive measures that can be taken in that area? Do you have any suggestions?
Not as of now.
Will
Yeah.
that be it? Will that be it? It's Delegate of Israel.
Yeah, that would be it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Yes, Delegate of USA.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate for the United Mexican States. The delegate had alluded to in her speech
Delegate, is it
the
a
idea that
point of information?
young people's participation in the democracy should be a point of information. Permission to proceed?
Sure, Delegate.
The delegate had alluded to in her speech the idea that the rights of women and young people to participate in a democracy should be protected. Would the delegate agree with the United States of America that the state of Israel has done far more to protect this right than any other entity in the region?
Yes. Palestine hasn't fully had like a proper government so far, and yes, Israel has been doing a better job for now.
Thank you, delegate, and thank you, executive board. That was a satisfactory answer.
Thank you, delegates. Yes, Delegate of DPRK.
Thank you, Chair. So the delegate of Mexican states had stated about Jewish settlements and how it was not a law-abiding in the Palestinian territory. So will the intervention of United Nations in this issue about the future of West Bank, not conflict, meaning in the sense, would that like help? Would that help in the peacemaking process and the end of the conflict?
The delegate of Mexico thinks that Israel should be handling this like in a period of about 3 years, try to like reverse the settlements that are present in this area if the people are willing.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, delegate.
Thank you, delegates. Yes, Delegate of India.
Are there any plans by the United Mexican States in holding the elections in a democratic way?
Delegate of India, what point is it?
A point of information, Chair.
Did you actually make reference to any part of the speech of Delegate of Mexico?
Yes, Chair. The delegate of Mexico stated that elections should be held in Palestine for easing the process. So my question is that, are they having any plans to help in holding the elections in a democratic process? Because the PLO isn't using democratic ways and Mohammed Abbas is in the 16th year of his 5-year term.
Delegate of Mexico.
Oh, sorry. Mexico has just suggested this as of now, but is trying to help in any way possible to do the same.
Thank you, delegate.
Thank you, delegates. We'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of India. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United Nations had already expressed their concern over these settlements, which they classify as illegal. The Delegate of India agrees with the other delegates that the increasing settlements are a major obstacle to achieving peace and is a damaging prospect of the two-state solution. The State of Israel, however, still moved forward to build 1,300 new homes in occupied land. The Republic of India asked the State of Israel to avoid this if they advocate peace for themselves in the region. We recommend that Israeli administration to ease on their Zionist visions, as the people of Palestine cannot be erased out of the land. The Israelis protect themselves by fortifications, but at the same time, this is what, according to the Palestinians, urges them to act against Israel. It degrades the quality of their life outside the fortifications, leaving them without access to any basic resources. Thereby, we hope to provide helpful suggestions based on compromises between the two bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any points? Yes, Delegate of Israel.
I have a point of information.
Granted.
So the delegate of India, does the delegate have what is the delegate's thought about the current Israelis who are settled in the West Bank? Does the delegate believe they should be evacuated from that area, or does the delegate believe just future settlements should not be built there anymore?
I would ask to respond, Chair.
Granted.
So, based on the understanding between India and fellow bloc nations, the Republic of India agrees that even the most peaceful solution cannot be implemented without any displacement on both sides. After the drawing of lines, it would become quite an obligation for the people in these permanent settlements to move inwards into the territory. And we believe that the evacuation of people in the permanent Jewish settlements of West Bank is not possible right now. It should happen after the drawing of lines.
Thank you, delegate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates. Due to time constraint, we'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of Belgium. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The expansion of settlements in the West Bank is a problem that is less tentative, but is a crucial one, which undermines the sovereignty and territorial boundaries of the Palestinians. It violates basic rights such as right to prosperity, standard living, freedom of movement, etc. And much of these settlements are purely encouraged by incentives provided by the government, such as housing benefits, educational incentives, etc., to motivate people to move to settlements in the West Bank. And Belgium is strongly against this expansion, but this doesn't mean the problem can't be solved. And the delegate understands the difficulty in handling such a sensitive matter and to move thousands of people. So Belgium urges Israel to freeze all further plans in relation to the settlements and to cancel all the incentives and benefits that encourage people to join settlements. This way, we will be able to officially recognize territorial boundaries and prevent expansion. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any points? No points. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of Italy. You have the floor. Delegate of Italy.
Apologies, Chair.
Not an issue.
According to a statement from France, Germany, Italy, Spain, and the United Kingdom on May 6, 2021, the Italian Republic had expressed its urge towards the government of Israel to reverse its decision to advance the construction of more than 500 settlement units in the West Bank and to cease its policy of settlement expansion across the OPTs. Settlements are illegal under international law and threaten prospects for a peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The expansion of settlements in the West Bank violates international law and could irreparably undermine the viability of a just, sustainable two-state solution in line with the internationally recognized parameters and the relevant UN resolutions. The representative of the Italian Republic would like to reinstate their urge for Israel to refrain from any unilateral action that would have no other effect than to frustrate ongoing efforts to rebuild trust between the parties and to jeopardize a resumption of direct negotiations.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points? Yes, Delegate of DPRK.
The delegate had mentioned about complete freeze of Israel's expansion activities and reversing Jewish settlements which are illegal under the international law. So the question I would like to pose is that whether the intervention of international communities or other nations would help economically or politically in reversing the Jewish settlements.
That depends. Permission to reply, Chair. Okay. The representative of the Italian Republic believes that that entirely depends on the consensus of the international communities.
Thank you, Delegate.
Yes, Delegate of India.
According to what the delegate said, the state of Israel should avoid unilateral action. So my question is that, should the state of Israel avoid unilateral action even when they are attacked first?
The representative of the Italian Republic would like to emphasize that by unilateral action, the representative meant unilateral action to colonize Palestinian, Palestinian territories.
Thank you, delegate.
Yes, Delegate of Israel.
Thank you, Chair. It's a point of information.
Granted.
Delegate of Italy, you mentioned about reversing Jewish settlements. So, Delegate, how would you suggest such a process to be done, especially when there are so many people living in that area for several years who have their entire lives there?
Yes, the delegate believes that reverting moving the people who were already living there back to Israeli territories is not that possible and is an impractical solution. However, the plan to colonize more land which belongs to the Palestinian territories is condemned by the delegate.
All right. Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Chair.
Delegates, Delegate of USA.
Thank you, Executive Board. The delegate for the representative for Israel mentioned the day before that the notion of Jerusalem being 60% Jewish and hence not being prudent for them to vote on their fate, as well as the idea presented now that the state of Israel is engaging in colonialism. These are both ideas presented by the representative of Israel, of Italy. Would the delegate agree with the United States that these are anti-Semitic canards repeated frequently by individuals with a vested interest against not only the state of Israel, but also the Jewish religion and the Jewish culture?
Could the delegate shorten the question?
Yes, Delegate of USA, please shorten your point.
The United States is asking the representative for Israel, are the notions of Jerusalem being too Jewish to vote and the idea that Israel is engaging in settler colonialism not inherently anti-Semitic, as has been shown by their repeated use by actual anti-Semites and anti-Zionists?
The delegate would like to reply.
Sure, Delegate. Delegate of DPRK.
The delegate had mentioned about how such settlements were violating the international law and were prohibited. So, does the delegate of Italy recommend any would the delegate of Italy stand for any consequences that needs to be faced by Israel for violating international policies? And even after constant notifications from the United Nations, it had continued to do such forms of colonization. So would there have to be any consequences that Israel has to face for doing such illicit actions?
The delegate believes that for the actions that have already been committed, consequences are not required at the moment. But for future violations, consequences may have to be brought up.
Thank you, delegate. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, delegates. Now we'll move on to the next speaker, Delegate of UK. You have the floor.
One of the major obstructions in the roadmap leading to a possible two-state solution is the expansion of settlements. The United Kingdom is concerned by the government of Israel's decision to go forward with its settlements and urges the Israeli government to cease construction. We also urge Israel to keep in mind the two-state solution at risk and the possible resumption of Israel-Palestine cooperation. The Palestinians should also be considered as they are put in a state that threatens their right for a Palestinian state. The present settlements are already a reason for hostility from both sides. Therefore, if more settlements continue to stretch, the less viable does a two-state solution seem. Both sides should refrain from taking action and must advance efforts that point towards peace, not away from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. How would you like to yield your time?
I would like to yield my time to Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points? Any points in Delegate of UK's speech? Yes, Delegate of USA.
Point of information. Would
Granted.
the delegate for the United Kingdom agree that despite settlements being held as illegal internationally, the idea of consequences for this has been a double standard as imposed by nations of the most despotic and tyrannical type?
Permission to respond?
Yes, Delegate.
Yes, the delegate of United Kingdom does agree with the delegate of the United States.
Delegate of
Mr. Chair, that would be sufficient.
Thank you, delegates. Delegate of UAE.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to raise a point of information.
Granted.
What is UK's opinion on those Israelis who have already settled on the West Bank? Should they be evacuated or should they be left or given a choice? What is UK's view upon this?
Since it would be difficult, permission to respond.
That's granted, Delegate.
Since it would be difficult to evacuate all of the settlers over there, we believe that they should be given a choice on whether they want to evacuate.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, delegates. Delegate of DPRK.
Delegate of UK had mentioned about giving the choice to the occupiers whether they want to continue in the same settlements or evacuate. So doesn't the delegate of UK feel a necessity to get a consent from Palestinian authorities to continue such actions as they are occupying a part of a Palestinian territory?
Delegate of UK.
Yeah. I agree with you, Delegate of Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I think that could be achieved through some negotiations between the Palestinian government and the Israeli government through some peace talks and treaties.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you.
Delegates, just a reminder, please refrain from using personal pronouns.
Apologies.
Not an issue. We'll move on to the final speaker, Delegate of Austria. You now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Respected Executive Board and fellow delegates, Austria believes that the two-state solution is the only viable solution to put a rest to this conflict, but the Delegate of Austria would like to express its concerns on a possible threat to a two-state solution, which is the expansion of settlements. The West Bank, excluding East Jerusalem, is home to 430,000 Israeli Jews. Recently, the Israeli government advanced plans to build more settlements. Austria hopes that the Israeli government withdraws from implementing these plans in order to prevent any compromise on an individual Palestinian state or on possible peace between the two states. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. How would you like to use your time?
To the Chair.
Noted. Are there any points? Any points in Delegate of Austria's speech? Delegate of DPRK.
It was regarding the delegate of DPRK's addition in the GSL.
All right, cool. Thank you. So the GSL has been exhausted. We'll again ask for both. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes.
Yeah, the delegate of DPRK had been.
Yes, Delegate DPRK.
The delegate has enrolled the name in the GSL, but then has not been recognized.
Delegate, I believe you already spoke once in the GSL.
No, Chair, not yet.
Delegate spoke, you were third in the previous GSL after Australia and USA. Delegate, you may add yourself in the next GSL.
Okay, Chair.
So moving on to the motions. Delegate of India.
The Delegate of the Republic of India would like to reintroduce a moderated caucus topic on the refugee crisis, with a total of 20 minutes and 1 minute per speaker.
Delegate, due to time constraints, we will be starting this in case your resolution passes. So the thing is, we'll have 5 minutes remaining this session, and the next session we might have a crisis. So we'd suggest that you limit your time to 10 minutes possible, and also all the other delegates wishing to raise a motion.
Yes, Chair, 10 minutes is agreeable.
Thank you, Delegate. What is the individual speaking time?
1 minute per speaker.
Thank you, Delegate. Yes, Delegate of USA.
Actually, the delegate would like to withdraw his motion, seeing as a motion has already been introduced by the Republic of India.
Thank you, Delegate. All right. Any other delegates wishing to raise motions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the voting procedure. Delegates in favor of Delegate of India's motion, which is to discuss the refugee crisis, with individual speaking time of 1 minute and total time of 10 minutes. Delegates against the motion. The motion clearly passes. Delegate of India, would you like to speak first or last?
The Delegate of India would like to go first.
Noted, Delegate. Delegates wishing to be in the GSL.
Point of order or point of parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, Delegate.
Could the vote recorded for the United States of America on the previous motion be changed to an aye, as the reaction time had been slow? The delegate admit to vote aye on the motion.
Delegate, you voted for the motion, I believe.
I voted against it accidentally, but.
Oh, not an issue. It wasn't recorded because it's fine.
No problem.
So Delegate of India, Delegate of Israel, Delegate of UK, Delegate of Canada, Delegate of Austria, Delegate of USA, Delegate of UAE, Delegate of Mexico, Delegate of DPRK, Delegate of Turkey, Delegate of Japan. So Delegate of India, you have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Today, 26 million people are displaced worldwide. 5.5% of world refugees are from Palestine. Most of the Palestinian refugees have gone to neighboring countries. The refugees live hard lives in these countries where they have no homes, no jobs, or simply put together a life without access to basic resources. The situation on ground in Lebanon continues to degrade as the value of Lebanese currency goes down. We request the nations to come together and donate funds to Lebanon for the Palestinian refugees, noting that they are facing a deep economic crisis. We ask the State of Israel to respect Resolution 194 of the United Nations that secures the right to return for Palestinian refugees. The Republic of India has delivered unwavering and consistent support to the Palestinians. A $10 million relief was given on one occasion, and we also contributed $2 million to the UNRWA. Our contributions have increased from $1.25 million to $5 million. Palestinian refugees in India are given free access to government hospitals. The Republic of India thus stands with the displaced people and is ready to offer any required further assistance in international platforms.
Delegate, are there any points? Yes, Delegate of USA.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of, this is a point of information. Delegate of India, would the delegate not agree that aid to Lebanon stands the risk of falling in the hands of non-state actors such as Hamas and Hezbollah, given the delicate and often state of disrepair with respect to the bureaucracy and the market in the region?
Yes, Delegate of the United States of America, the Republic of India also agrees that Lebanon is in a deep crisis, both economically and also territorially. They are facing crisis from non-state actors. So we would ask all the nations to come together and do something for helping Lebanon.
Thank you, Delegate, and thank you, Executive Board. That is a satisfactory answer.
Thank you, delegates. And also just like to mention that due to time constraint, we'll only have 2 points of information or order. So Delegate of Israel, what is your point?
Point of information, Chair.
Granted.
Thank you. Delegate of India. In your speech, the delegate mentioned about Israel finally accepting about the right to return. Wouldn't that be violating the main purpose of Israel, as the reason Israel was, in the first place, was to be the first Jewish nation for the Jewish people? So if all of the Palestinians had the refugees, they had to return back to Israel, wouldn't that diminish the entire purpose of the entire genesis of Israel?
The delegate of the Republic of India believes that in the previous statements made by the delegate of the State of Israel, the delegate had stated that they were ready to compromise.
Delegate, is that satisfactory?
Can the delegate reply back in chat?
Sure, delegate.
Thank you, Chair.
Right, delegates, as per our itinerary, we have a break now from 11 to 11:10, and after the break we will have our crisis. So please be ready, and I hope you have fun. See you soon, delegates.
There I have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
Could you repeat till when is the break now?
The delegates break it's till 11:10.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, delegate.
If the chair and other members of the executive board are willing, can we move into an informal unmoderated caucus for now? Like,
so delegate, you're suggesting.
Can you set up the breakout rooms?
So delegate, you're suggesting to have a unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes instead of the break.
During the break, yeah.
Sure. If like all the delegates in your block are willing to do so, then
has an objection, we can scrap it.
If any delegates wish to go in a break, but delegates wishing to stay in the committee and for the unmoderated caucus, they may remain. I will create a breakout room for you, delegate.
Thank you, Chair. Greatly appreciated.
Delegate of USA, can you please text members of your block in to me in private?
Chair, Delegate of DPRK here.
Yes, delegate.
Could a breakout room be created for our block consisting of only Delegate of DPRK and Delegate of Italy?
Sure, delegate.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, if the DPRK's breakout room is created, then we can basically just use the rest of the Zoom meeting for our breakout room. There's no need to create another.
Well, that's not an issue, Delegate. You can create 2 rooms, it's fine.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Chair.
Delegate of Usa, can you please text me in private the members of your block?
Sure, Mr. Chair, one moment.
Possibly in Zoom. Thank you. So delegates, you've been invited.
Chair, I have not been invited.
Sure,
Chair,
just a
even I
second.
haven't actually been invited yet.
Sure,
Me
just a
also.
second.
Yeah.
UK, are you part of USA's block?
Yes, Chair.
All right. Yeah, you've been invited.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other delegates?
Chair, even UAE.
You're part of the Zionist Democratic Bloc, right?
Yes, sure.
Even me also.
Chair, even the Federal Republic of Germany.
Right, Delegate of Germany, you're part of the Zionist Bloc too, I assume.
Yeah, yes, Chair.
Yes, you have been invited.
Thank you, Chair.
And Delegate of Brazil, are you part of the
Yeah.
Zionist
yes,
Democratic Bloc too? Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
And Delegate of Argentina and Uruguay, Zimbabwe.
remark, it's a sarcastic remark, and in the face of remarks by other delegates of ideas of consequences for actions by the state of Israel, ideas of wiping the people of Israel right out of their homes and into another region, in the face of that, a sarcastic remark regarding smallpox is no big deal.
Right, Delegate, thank you.
Delegate, would you also entertain one more question from the chair?
Sure.
The delegate, you had mentioned that you had showed your grief and condolences towards the casualties in Tel Aviv. However, the experimental drug, which has very adverse side effects such as organ failure, which could lead to death, it has allegedly said that it may be tested on Mexican refugees. Are their lives also not important?
Lives are absolutely important. That is why this drug is being offered. You know, an experimental drug is not a drug that is meant to kill people. An experimental drug is a drug that is meant to help people. Side effects are a natural part of the scientific pursuit to find a drug that saves people. And you know, we've had all kinds of drugs where there are egregious side effects. And this is something that must be cut down. As for the testing on Mexican refugees, this is what the delegate would refer to as above my pay grade. However, we will say that this is something that, you know, we must not take at face value like, okay, they're just testing it on Mexican migrants. This is something that if they're testing on Mexican migrants, there is a legislative and legal process within the United States for drugs to be approved on use for entrance to the southern border and also to the western border and to the eastern ports. There is a legislative framework, and all operations by the United States are held within that legal framework.
Your answer has been noted, Delegate. Are there any other points on the floor? Delegate
Points of personal privilege.
Yes, Delegate of Australia.
The delegation did not catch up with the final part of the speech.
Delegate of the USA, would you be able to repeat the final part of your speech?
Vice Chair, if it would be possible for the Commonwealth of Australia to mention which part of which speech, because the delegate has been.
All right, Delegate of Australia.
Following the remarks of the president, the one which.
The remarks of, what the delegate said is that President Biden is a man who diffuses tense situations with humor. And this, by all metrics, is a tense situation. So the representative for the United States will say that we do not have an opinion either way regarding this remark, but we will say that it is characteristic of President Biden, and we appreciate his efforts to maintain the solution and to bring a diplomatic solution to this crisis, while also eradicating Hamas from the face of the earth.
Noted,
Thank you,
Delegate.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Delegate.
Delegate of the UAE. I'd like to introduce a point of information, Chair. Yes, Delegate. Delegate of America, you stated that the sarcastic comment was no big deal, but it is a big deal as many Palestinian refugee lives are being lost because of a testing of this drug. And why are the Palestinian refugees victim to this testing, especially when the WHO specifies that this drug was eradicated at 1980? Why do they have to be targeted for this?
Remarks come from a lot of corners. If we start delving into the etymology of sarcasm, then we're going to spend all day into that. And yes, while we do not have a death count or a casualty count surrounding side effects on either the Mexican or the Palestinian side or any other region where this drug may have deployed, it is critical that we understand that this is a drug. This is a drug. It's not poison. It's meant to save lives. You know, okay, there are side effects. This is something that should be fixed, but this is meant to save lives. 30% of people who take that drug, they die. Ostensibly, 70% of people who don't have their conditions improved. Now, yes, 30% is unacceptably high, and we should be working to reduce that number. But let's look at, you know, the lives saved, ladies and gentlemen. And additionally, the United States will say that this idea of the remarks of a president off the cuff to be sarcasm, they shouldn't be taken as actual, you know, foreign policy. You know, foreign policy will be dictated by the president in actual communiques, in his speeches when he is speaking formally, when he is joking around. Why was the international community consider this joke? You know, in the diplomatic circle, we refer to a incident involving the French. It's a hypothetical incident, but the French president and a journalist. So the journalist asks the French president, Mr. President, are you aware that the president of the United States of America is communist, and the French president says no comment. The next morning, the headline says that the president of the United States of America is communist, as confirmed by the French president. Ladies and gentlemen, we shouldn't take these jokes, these off-the-hand remarks, to be considered as official foreign policy when they're ostensibly not. And so the United States would advise all nations to exercise restraint regarding the issue of the medicine, since more details are yet to come, and instead refocus to the egregious loss of lives, 250 deaths, 5,000 injuries due to the rocket attacks on Tel Aviv and Beersheba. How are these acceptable? We must
Delegate.
crack down on terror.
Delegate of UAE, is that satisfactory? Yes, Chair, it is. Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of DPRK?
Yeah. Point of information, Vice Chair.
Yes, Delegate, granted.
Does that mean that just because it's an experimental drug and the refugees are taken for granted to test the drug, and shouldn't USA be much more aware and developed its awareness and familiarity with the side effects and then initiated a trial on the experiment? Because though when the military incursions of Hamas is being highlighted very strongly by the Delegate of USA, it also needs to be considered that a loss of death, whether it's from military incursions or through experimental drug, everything means the same. And just because the refugees are being taken for granted, being indicated that it's an experimental drug, that would not be a justifiable reason which is provided for a collapse from medical, say, experiments and trials.
Permission to respond?
Granted,
Yes,
Delegate.
Delegate.
All right. A point of parliamentary inquiry. Are rights to reply entertained at this juncture?
Yes, Delegate, they are entertained.
United States will be utilizing this right momentarily. But for now, the delegate would like to respond to the questions from the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. That yes, the United States understands the DPRK's confusion as to what nations are lawless and authoritarian and what nations are not. Our nation has a legislative framework within which drugs are administered to any individual who enters the United States from foreign soil. This legislative framework allows for checks and balances, it allows for accountability, and if there has been any breach of this framework, then absolutely there will be consequences. And we can guarantee the international community that. Now, as an aside, we do not have information yet as to the death toll or as to the casualty toll of the drugs. But we do have information on the rocket attacks, ladies and gentlemen, that struck Beersheba, that struck Tel Aviv. So that is why the United States is placing focus on this. In addition, the United States would like to absolutely unequivocally condemn the seeming efforts of the DPRK to justify the actions of Hamas, because these are words that should not be uttered on the floor of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen. We cannot, work to justify the actions of a violent non-state actor by claiming that there are hypothetical deaths when we do not know yet. And there is no justification, there is no moral equivalency, there is no comparison between the state of Israel and Hamas, between the United States and Hamas, between any other nation that seeks to work diplomatically and within the framework of a democracy and Hamas. So we must ensure that we do not even engage in this type of crass comparison. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points on the floor?
Request to follow.
Yes, Delegate, granted.
The Delegate of USA has misunderstood the point which was made by the Delegate of DPRK. The point which you're trying to emphasize is that we are not trying to justify the Hamas violent acts of military incursions and the casualties which have caused deep condolences for that. We are not trying to justify any military excursions, and the part of the peacemaking process very well indicates and includes the eviction of military extremists like Hamas. So we are not trying to justify any of the actions, casualties, and such sort of inhuman activities which are done by the Hamas. But importantly, this is one of the crises which has been got to the recognition of the international community. But there could have been so many experiments, medical experiments done on different refugees for different drugs, and we may not know, or we must have not put on light on the number of casualties which were caused by those kind of treatments. So which indicates that these kind of recognition and awareness of the side effects of a drug needs to be needs to be gathered before it is tested on human beings, and needs to be followed for the upcoming medicinal experiments and Moreover, we are not trying to justify, but at the same time trying to highlight the point that casualties and deaths at any point or any way needs to be taken into consideration and then acted upon is what the delegate of DPRK is trying to emphasize here.
Permission to respond?
Yes, Delegate, you may go ahead.
All right. The delegation for the United States would like to remind the DPRK that these are all principles that the United States has pioneered, with respect to the idea of, having a scientific framework for the testing of medicines for diseases. The CDC, our medical institutions, we do this constantly. The CDC has worked with institutions for the distribution of COVID vaccines. This is something that we do. It's our region of expertise. And yeah, if there is anything, quite frankly, that the representative for the Democratic People's Republic of Korea knows that the representative for the United States doesn't about an issue happening in the United States, then the United States is more than eager to hear it. Pending that, we would like to encourage the DPRK to stick to their own diplomatic affairs that concern the United Nations and affairs that concern their own nation. Thank you, Executive Board, and thank you, Democratic People's Republic of Korea.
Thank you, delegates. From now onwards, we may only have a few POIs, points of information for each speaker, as we do not have much time. We will now move on to the next speaker. Delegate of Israel, you now have the floor.
Thank you. It is with deep grief that we note about the lives lost here in Israel. Delegates, with the current crisis at hand, it has come to our notice regarding the false statements Hamas has been spreading against our nation. Regarding the drug, Israel has been known to have one of the best medical institutions with great technological advancements. We are trying to solve a medical crisis that could possibly take so many lives in the future, one that can end up being a pandemic like the current COVID-19. Now, regarding side effects, if side effects are high, we can do our level best to reduce that. It would take time, but at this point, especially with the current COVID-19, we know the importance of drugs to save lives. Although many lives are being lost, think about the lives that are being saved. How can a medical experiment be done without trial and error? Solving a medical problem is necessary. Sometimes in medicine, it is important to think about the greater good. However, regarding testing on drugs, this is not something that we can know about here. Any person who's part of the medical drug testing procedure would have to sign a contract. This is our policy here. So throwing the blame of racial discrimination on a state like that when we are trying to deal with such problems is completely illogical. Public health crisis is something that we have to work on all of us together, all the member states. Furthermore, how can we believe in a non-state organization like Hamas? Are we going to believe that Hamas is right over a democratic nation such as Israel, which is several countries supporting it? Is saving lives the reason for carrying out missiles on Beersheba and Tel Aviv, killing more than 250 persons and injuring 5,000 people? Is this how we are supposed to be dealing with a situation like this? How can this act even be justified? Now, being the state of Israel, and since medical procedures still being led on, we cannot share any more information than what has been said right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Delegate of DPRK, your hand has been raised. All right, Delegate. Are there any other points on the floor?
Delegate of Israel, would you like to entertain a question from the chair?
Yes.
Firstly, I'd just like to say thank you for your speech, because it's the first time that Israel is releasing an official statement regarding the matter. And second, the question is, what exactly is Israel trying to fight with this experimental drug? Is there a new type of disease that Israel hasn't talked about, perhaps, which could probably turn into a pandemic, such as what we have seen in China in 2020? So, Delegate, what is your opinion on that?
It has come to our notice 2 weeks ago that 10 people have been found to be sick with a particular disease that we're not yet aware of, yet it has been taking lives quite fast. Around 5 of the 10 people who were diagnosed with it lost their lives, which is a huge issue. And we've been trying to find out what it is about. So after doing the genetic decoding, we, although I haven't been able to put a name for it, testing is still going on. So publicly giving out information would be wrong at this point. However, we are planning to give this information to the WHO in a day or so after we get the results by tonight.
Thank you, Delegate. But just like to ask just another short question. I know that Israel hasn't given a name to this new disease yet, but do you have at least a temporary name so as to you can recognize this this disease?
As of now, what we've been calling it is the 1.2 new virus. Is a RNA virus, which is quite similar to what happened for COVID. So there is a chance for genetic mutation and for it to potentially become a pandemic if it isn't controlled, which is exactly why it is so important for our nation to conduct these medical tests. And we are trying to make sure lives aren't lost, but the testing is still going on, and we haven't reached a conclusion yet.
All right, thank you, Delegate.
Delegate of the USA. Delegate of the USA, you're muted.
Oh, apologies. The delegate of the United States would like to raise a point of information regarding the State of Israel speech.
Yes, Delegate, go ahead.
Okay, so assuming these rocket attacks, they killed 250 people, injured 5,000. Where was the Iron Dome system? You know, rockets, missiles, they don't typically enter Israeli airspace that easily without something like, without the Iron Dome system intercepting projectiles. So what happened? Was there an internal failure? Was there a bypass of the system by a third party or by the aggressor? What happened?
May the delegate reply. So what had exactly happened, even as Israelis, we're not completely sure, because majority of us had been focused regarding the new virus, spreading information about it to the other people, so these people can be isolated, and finding out people who can participate in our medical testing procedure. During that time, we do have suspicions about an intervention that was held and regarding someone reaching into our system, but we are still trying to trace that, and we will get back to you regarding that.
Thank you to the State of Israel, and thank you, Executive Board. That response is sufficient.
Noted. Delegates, are there any other points on the floor? Seeing none, we will move on to the Delegate of Germany.
Yes, Chair. It's a point of information.
Granted, Delegate.
So the Delegate of Israel, you stated that testing on drugs is quite significant, which the Delegate of Germany agrees, but why specifically towards the Palestinian refugees? Are they the only ones who've been diagnosed with this, or what is the aim behind it? Why particularly on Palestinian refugees?
May the delegate reply?
Yes, Delegate, you may.
Thank you. So when we first found out about this, it was near the Palestinian refugee camp. So we did have our doubts, which is why we started asking the Palestinian refugees if they could. And anyone who signed the consent form, they were allowed to test. However, we do have a constant variable too, like how it is for every experiment. So we do have a couple of people from our own country who are being tested regarding this too. So we can identify a proper cause and reason for it. And it is very important to note at this point that this is not racial discrimination that is being done here, because Israelis do not support that at any cost.
Noted, Delegate. Delegate of Germany, is that satisfactory?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, delegates. We will now move on to the next speaker, Delegate of Turkey. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, Vice Chair. First of all, Turkey, the delegate of Turkey has not received any information on whether we have cooperated with Israel on developing a sort of experimental drug. Second, we strongly condemn that Israel has not abided by the Convention on the Prohibition of the Development, Production, and Stockpiling of Bacteriological or Biological and Toxin Weapons and on their destruction. Sorry, apologies. The 15,000 doses, we are also unsure of that, if that is the correct amount, and we do not condemn the rocket attacks by Hamas on Tel Aviv and the city of Banashri. Sorry if I butcher the pronunciation. The attacks could have been mainly because of destroying the sites where these medicinal experimental drugs that cause such severe side effects have been caused to prevent any more production of these drugs.
Delegate, would you entertain a question from the chair?
Yes, question.
Delegate, you had stated in your speech that the Republic of Turkey had no information about whether or not they're cooperated with the drug, correct?
Yes.
However, this source is a trusted source, and that's something that we cannot doubt. And it says that it has been co-created with Turkey and India, so you cannot dispute that fact. So could you please give us more clarification on the co-creation of the drug?
I am unable to give a comment on that question as of right now. If I do get a possible reply from my superiors, I will inform immediately.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. You may respond to Chit.
The Delegate of Turkey, I have a point of information. The chair has a point of information. In your speech, you mentioned that Turkey does not condemn Hamas attacks, but just the chair would like to know if that is true or it was misheard.
It is true, mainly because it could have been, we are not sure who has been attacked. So we think that it has been attacked on Israeli medical institutes that have been developing this drug.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points on the floor? Delegate of DPRK.
The delegate of Turkey had mentioned that it does not condemn Hamas attacks because they may be aimed at Israeli institutions. But does that mean the only way of resolving or stopping some things which is unlawful is by escalating another sort of violence, which is again going to lead to the same sort of side effects which the medical experimenting is having? So does that mean that Turkey is promoting that violence? Is that a correct approach for the kind of resolution they are wanting or obligating for? So does that what Turkey means, sir?
Permission to reply, Chair.
Yes, Delegate, you may go ahead.
We do not promote violence, that is a certainty. But since the Israeli government has not informed the WHO of them developing a drug or mentioning the new disease to the WHO, to the correct organizations, that such a disease has started to spread. Therefore, the only way to stop such the experimental drug, which is not even being developed for more than 2 weeks on experimentation on humans, which is something that has been unprecedented as of right now.
Noted. Delegate of DPRK, is that satisfactory?
No, Chair. A request to follow.
Delegate, due to time constraint, could you please ask your questions to Chit? Thank you, Delegate. We'll now move on to the next speaker, Delegate of Australia. You now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. Respected Chair, the alleged side effects emphasized on by the non-state actor Hamas, who themselves don't have many achievements to boast of, should be dealt with strictly. Hamas, who themselves don't even have a smidge of exposure in science, who spend 70% of their revenue on defense, of which a large part was used and still being used for attacking innocent Israeli civilians. The speech is made by the delegates of USA, the State of Israel, and the Commonwealth of Australia and other democratic nations, temples of human rights, and the credible statistics posed by the same delegations for backing their motions over the 2 days are just the proofs of the pudding. And ever since Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, the humanitarian situation there has sharply deteriorated. High population growth rates have strained Gaza's already struggling economy, and considering all of these premises, the delegation firmly presses the committee to reject the allegations made by the terror-spreading non-actor state of Hamas. The delegation would like to end its speech by condemning the countries which bowed down to the weak allegations of Hamas, rather than condemning the actions of Hamas, which costed the lives of close to 250 Israeli lives. If the Hamas continues to attack the state of Israel, then the delegation of Australia would be forced to back down from its altruist stance on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Delegate of the USA?
Point of information.
Yes, Delegate, you may go ahead.
Would the Commonwealth of Australia be open to, should hostilities continue, the enjoining of the Commonwealth of Australia's military forces to provide support to the state of Israel, should it be necessary? Or permission to rephrase, because the delegate asked it too long.
Yes, Delegate, you may.
Would the Commonwealth of Australia engage in a military alliance in the short term to handle Hamas, should hostilities continue?
Permission to reply?
Yes, Delegate, you may go ahead.
Yes, if situation deteriorates, it would be forced to, the Commonwealth would be forced to act, because Israel is one of Commonwealth of Australia's main allies. It would be forced to support Israel, not forced to, but
Thank
would have
you,
to force.
Delegate for the Commonwealth of Australia and the Executive Board. That's a satisfactory answer. Thank you for the recognition.
Thank you, Delegates. It has been noted. We will now have the next speaker, the Delegate of DPRK.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. So, DPRK also severely condemns Hamas for their constant military incursions and acts of brutality on the civilians, despite of who the attack was aimed at, and it also urges for the complete eviction of such kind of military extremists, which are being a threat to national security and peace and complicating the peacemaking process further. And it must also be highlighted that the Hamas must understand that there are also legal approaches, law-abiding approaches, in order to gain recognition or stop any such sort of difference in opinions they have in such kind of activities, and not violence is the only solution and approach to stop such things. And moreover, we also request Israel to give clarity and be a little more transparent on their medical procedures and tests, as it can also be brought up to the recognition of international communities which can provide medical support for aiding and funding for such type of procedures, and also containing another severe pandemic or a crisis. Moreover, we would also prefer and recommend and also entertain if more safer forms of medical procedures and testing have been adapted, as respective of racial and religious references, all lives matter, and it needs to be just when it comes to humanitarian policies as well as laws. So to conclude, we would like to evict Hamas and strictly make them face the consequences for their own action, and recommend more safer ways of medical testing and procedures, irrespective of who it is being tested on for why. And also appreciate Israel for taking efforts to contain another pandemic, and giving its medical support for the welfare of the civilians. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points on the floor?
Delegate of DPRK, would you like to entertain a question from the chair? Delegate, in your speech, you mentioned that all lives matter. So the question is, what right does DPRK have on human rights, considering the notorious and constant violation of human rights against your own citizens? So don't the lives of your citizens not matter? Or Delegate, please.
So everyone matters, and we're trying to contain our military incursions as much as possible. But when we come with regards to such sort of medical experiments and procedures which are aimed to save lives and not to lead into another crisis, we aim and target on minimalizing the number of deaths or side effects of the medical procedures which are being created. And it also needs to be agreed that the number of military incursions, executions need to be also contained and minimalized in the North Korea states, as it is escalating violence and being a threat to global peace and security.
Thank you, Delegate.
Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other points on the floor, delegates? Seeing none, we will move on to our next speaker. Republic of India, the floor is now yours.
Thank you, Chair. Hamas carried out multiple missile strikes in the region of Beersheba and Tel Aviv, killing more than 250 people and injuring over 5,000. This is a matter of deep concern for the Republic of India, who wishes to maintain peace. The non-state activities of the Hamas are to be stopped immediately. As for the creation of the drug, we believe that India's help is meant to solve the disease. The Delegate of Israel also said about the RNA characteristic of the disease pathogen, and we need to think about the spread of an epidemic. The 70% wellness chance remains, which needs to be noted. We all need to think about the lives that could be saved with it. The creation of drugs and its usage is purely based on experimentation. Our efforts aren't targeted towards illegal testing on Palestinian refugees. India believes that the alleged side effects are not related to the experimental drug, and Hamas is yet again trying to seek reasons to spread terror. Hamas claimed that Israel is carrying out anonymous medical experiments on Palestinian refugees, but the Republic of India would look deeper into the matter before accepting the claims of a mere militant group. The claims of Hamas need to be verified and researched upon. The Republic of India only co-created a drug that had 30% chance of side effects. We could work and improve that. The Republic does not encourage the mass testing only on Palestinian refugees, but at the same time, we should remember that the State of Israel had a reason for testing it on them first. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points on the floor?
Delegate of India, would you like to entertain a question?
Yes, Chair.
So, Delegate, what plans does India have in order to cease fires in the near future and actually in these days? Are there any plans by the Prime Minister Modi to stop the fire, to stop the conflict that's happening right now, especially with Hamas?
Chair, I have a doubt. Is it regarding the ceasefire or the firing that happened last night, or on the whole?
In order to prevent any firing from happening again in the future?
Okay, Chair. India is trying to work on all levels of cooperation. We are trying to take a diplomatic approach to it, but at the same time, we are not ready to accept the attacks by Hamas on Israel.
Right, noted, Delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of the USA. Delegate of the USA, your hand has been raised.
Right, apologies, my internet cut out. Executive Board, the United States would like to pose a point of information to the Republic of India.
Yes, granted,
Would
Delegate.
the Republic of India be interested in entering into a temporary military assistance program to provide the State of Israel with the materials and support necessary to engage in a campaign against Hamas and other non-state actors that pose a threat to security in Israel?
The Republic of India does not resolutely stand on this topic because, as we have already said, we do not want any unilateral retaliatory action back from Israel, which would escalate the tensions higher. So we would work on increasing the negotiations better than retaliatory actions.
Thank you, Delegate. That was a satisfactory answer, and thank you, Executive Board, for the recognition.
Thank you, Delegates. Delegate of Israel.
It's points of information.
Yes, Delegate, granted.
So Delegate, you had mentioned about helping us increase the rate of positive results, right? So Delegate, do you have any plans on how we can achieve such a great rate?
The drug was co-created along with India and Turkey. So the Republic of India would like to go back to the state of Turkey only and try to find out how we could improve the wellness chance of it and reduce the side effects.
All right, Delegate. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegates. Delegate of the DPRK.
The Delegate of India was very strong on the stance that the
one second, Delegate. Is this a point of information?
Point of information.
Noted, Delegate.
The Delegate of India was very strong and strongly highlighted the point that the constant acts of rebellion from the Hamas side need to be contained, minimalized, and evicted at the earliest possible time. So what resolution does India has to do that? Is it a penalty? Is it a complete eviction? Or is it going to be a consequence which is going to be proposed to the Hamas regarding that?
The Delegate of India does not have any resolution to this, but we have already encouraged and stated that we would look forward to the demilitarization of Hamas and urge the Islamic Republic of Iran to stop militarizing it because it is unnecessarily escalating the tensions. We also have the PLO, which could have responded to it in a different way. We do not need any attacks and escalating tensions and making the conflict more dangerous.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Delegate of Italy, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The alleged decision of the State of Israel to test the dangerous experimental drug is condemned by the Italian Republic and other countries that expressed their disapproval of such a mission undertaken by the Israeli government. The president of the USA's quote-unquote experimental drug for smallpox has been shipped in large amounts to be tested on Mexican refugees, which raises major questions. Italy would like to state that the motive of testing an experimental drug is much appreciated and does indeed establish itself as a vital step in the medical field. However, testing it on refugees cannot be allowed and international action must be taken to discontinue this task. Nevertheless, the actions must be taken against the Hamas for their unilateral and violent retort. The Republic of Italy wholeheartedly castigates Hamas's hasty decision, and the representative completely understands that their actions cannot be justified. The representative would like to rest his case with saying further decisions and consequences can only be mapped out based on more information about this issue, and the Republic of Italy would further issue presidential statements based on the information that we receive in the future, reinstating that Italy would not like to take stances based on its opinions but wishes to learn more about the issue.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Delegate of India.
Delegate of Italy. So the delegate of the State of Israel had said that the first symptoms were noticed in the people living in Palestinian refugee camps. So you said that the delegate said that they were against the testing on refugees. So on whom? Is it on the people who do not show any symptoms? Or how would that be justified if we test it on people who have no symptoms?
Permission to reply, Chair.
Yes, Delegate, you may.
Yes. So, Delegate of India, by those words, the representative meant that testing it on both Mexican refugees and the populations of the Palestinian refugees who did not show symptoms is not accepted by the Republic of Italy.
Thank you, Delegate. Was that a satisfactory answer, Republic of India?
Not clearly, Chair. I would like to follow up in a chit.
Noted, Delegate. You may. Delegate of Israel.
May the Delegate of Israel have right to reply to the Delegate of Italy's current statement?
Yes, Delegate, you may.
Thank you, Chair. So, Delegate of Italy, you had mentioned about Mexican refugees also being tested. We would like to clear that the Palestinian area, the refugee camp where the deceased was first identified, right next to that, there was a Mexican camp as well. So we had to take these people in for testing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sure who else have it, and we cannot afford another pandemic when one is already going on.
Noted, Delegate. Delegate of the DPRK.
The Delegate of Italy had mentioned and stressed on the point that these
Delegate, 1 second. Could you specify what point? Thank you, Delegate.
The Delegate of Italy had stressed on the point that such medical procedures do not have to be executed on refugees. So does that mean, is that the emphasis on it should not be particularly executed on refugees, or is that the stress on the point that those sort of medical procedures should not be impacting the lives and causing casualties of all the human beings in general?
The representative meant that it should not be tested initially on the refugees, but it should be taken directly to the people, the citizens of, in this case, the citizens of Israel.
Noted delegate. Republic of India, due to time constraint, is this a point of information?
Yes, Chair.
Delegate, due to a time constraint for us to end the crisis very soon, could you please send it through chat?
Yes, Chair.
Noted delegate. Delegate of DPRK, you raise your hand. Okay, delegate. You'll now have the next speaker, delegate of the UK.
The United Kingdom extends condolences to the loss of lives in the recent open fire that took place. This is a clear-cut sign of what the Hamas stands for, and it is time for us to stand united and strong against the Hamas. It has been too long since the Hamas has been getting away with this terror. It must be pointed out that we should not give in to the false sense of victimhood, which is exactly what the Hamas wants. As the delegate of the United States had mentioned, on the claims of Israel using experimental drugs on the Palestinians, it is a scientific process which is for the betterment of humanity. And we again urge everyone to not give in to these false statements and attempts of disempowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any points on the floor? Seeing none, we will now move on to the last speaker in the SSL. Delegate of Canada, the floor is now yours. Delegate, you're muted. Just to note, delegates, the Delegate of Canada is facing some technical issues, so we'll wait a moment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, delegate, you're audible.
Okay. If such a drug experimentation is being carried out, it is a horrific violation of fundamental rights. Hamas has been claiming that the Israeli government is experimenting on Palestinian refugees. But at this point, we do not have answers to many questions. Israeli government does not recognize Palestinian refugees' right to return to Israel. So why are the Palestinian refugees in Israel, first of all? Or are they being held against their will? Or is the experimentation being carried out with or without their full consent? If the experimentation is being carried out with their full consent and they are being compensated for it, the Israeli government cannot be held accountable for the side effects. As per Canada's policies, Hamas has already been listed as a non-state actor. This could very well be an attempt by Hamas to instigate further discord. Canada has very strong diplomatic ties with Israel. Canada will attempt to find the truth behind these allegations through diplomatic channels with various parties, and will then take the necessary measures after the truth has been found out.
Thank you, delegate. And as we are now coming to the end of this session, I'd like to say that maybe we could form an informal, somewhat informal resolution. So I would like to invite any speakers on the list to give us a brief speech on any potential solutions for the crisis. Delegate of the USA, you've been recognized.
In response to what the Vice Chair said about potential solutions to the crisis, the Delegate of the United States has obtained a presidential statement regarding potential solutions. Would the Delegate of the United States be allowed to present it?
Yes, Delegate, you may go ahead.
Point of
Good evening,
personal
ladies and
privilege.
gentlemen. It has come to the knowledge of the United States and
One
the world
second,
that the
delegate.
terrorist-
One of the delegates had a point of personal privilege. Yes, delegate.
Now the resolutions is regarding the current crisis, which was
yes, delegate.
Current crisis in the sense the resolutions for the agenda or the current crisis.
The resolutions for the current crisis at hand.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry for the interruption. You may now go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It has come to the knowledge of the United States and the world that the terrorist paramilitary organization Hamas has carried out a series of vicious rocket attacks on Israeli soil. These attacks are antithetical to the guiding nonviolent principles of the free world, and we completely back the state of Israel in counterterrorism operations against Hamas to prevent such an attack from happening again. The United States will be operating within the confines of the War Powers Resolution of 1973 and the 2001 Authorization of Military Force to provide armed assistance to the Israel Defense Force. I spoke to Prime Minister Naftali Bennett of Israel, Prime Minister Scott Morrison of Australia, Prime Minister Boris Johnson of the UK, and President Macron of France on the matter, and we will be cooperating on delivering an opposing and proportionate response to Hamas and any other actor that may be involved. In addition, let me be clear, efforts to cure diseases and to save lives are not something to retaliate for. We have worked on a multilateral basis to put an end to a potential pandemic. COVID ripped through our communities and took lives that cannot be made up for. The United States has one policy on this, and that is to look to the future, preventing another disease like this from devastating our livelihoods and families again. Side effects are an unfortunate consequence, and that is why the United States invites responses from the rest of the world to collaborate on reducing these side effects and on dealing with this disease that is facing us with the barrel pointed at our hands. Hence, we strongly invite the world to work with me on this. Let's have your delegates come to the CDC. Let's have your people come and observe what we're doing, because we are a nation that supports democratic principles of transparency and accountability. And while we do not believe that there is a need for nations to be accountable to each other, we believe that there's a requirement for nations to be accountable to the human race. And that is why I am hereby announcing that the United States cordially welcomes all delegates to visit the Centers for Disease Control and to actually observe the regions where our research is taking place. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other speeches? Delegates willing to give potential solutions? Delegate of Israel?
Thank you, Chair. Although Israel does not want to move into another war with Palestine, the following actions will be implemented to protect Israel from further attacks. New Israeli army members are going to be recruited to deal with the radar system in the Iron Dome, which had been declared faulty last night. Our Navy will be sent out in order to find the man who had been working on that radar system. We will be on immense defense for the next 1 month, and no civilians or members of our state will be allowed to leave our country or enter our country for the next 1 month until we have found the man who had been working and until we have solved this particular issue. Till then, we'll still be working with the medical crisis, as we do care about the issue that could emerge in the near future. So that will not be put to a halt. However, we will be on extreme defense measures until then.
Okay, thank you, Delegate. Delegate of DPRK?
Could the delegate propose a resolution? Or?
Yes, Delegate, please do present your resolutions in a summarized manner.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of DPRK would like to stop the escalating violence and calls for a complete freeze of all sorts of military incursions and other activities of violence and brutality which are being planned or currently going on there. And we have to bring on a strict action on the Hamas. We have to demilitarize them completely. We have to dissolve the whole non-actor group or evict the militant group there, as it is acting as a threat to national peace, security, and constantly coming up with more and more rebellions and complicating the peacemaking process importantly. And one more thing is that they will be asked to pay penalties and face the consequences for the actions they have been accountable for over the years, as the casualties, deaths, and amount of impacts which they have on the civilians is way too large, way too vast, and way too impactful on the people there, which is severe injustice. And dealing with the Hamas through negotiations or peace agreements will not be working after this, as constant peace agreements, treaties have been highlighted to them, but they have not been taking that into consideration and have continued to follow these violations, which certainly means that they are not abiding by the laws or either by peace negotiations. Moving on, we are also requesting Israel to provide a complete report on the kind of medicinal procedures which are going on to WHO, as we can't afford to another pandemic amidst of this one. And also, they would also bring this to the attention of other international communities to provide financial aid and medical support to stop this. And more importantly, though medicinal procedures and experimenting of drugs is ascertained to come out always as a 100% success rate, we have we would entertain and encourage more safer methods of experimenting drugs as a drug is developed to save lives and to minimize the impacts of a crisis and not particularly create another crisis and cause casualties in large amounts. So we would encourage more safer procedures for testing medicinal drugs. And yes, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Now we'll have the Delegate of Turkey. You've been recognized.
Thank you, Vatsha. The Republic of Turkey, first of all, condemns all violence. Second, we would like to see the disarmament and the demilitarization of the Israeli army, the PLO, and the Hamas. Thirdly, we would like to send Turkish peacekeeping forces into the West Bank and the Gaza Strip to prevent any violence from the Israelis in the case of violent protests. Fourth, we would like to send an investigation team composed of doctors and various other scientists from the WHO into Israel to investigate on the matter of this disease and to block all travel from and lock down the state of Israel from any travel to prevent the spread of any such disease.
Thank you, Delegate. Just a note before we move on to the next speaker, as we're on a time constraint, please do summarize your solutions to around 1 minute so that we can finish and adjourn for the break. Next, we'll have the Commonwealth of Australia.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The delegation strongly agrees with its counterpart representing the United States, and adding to the propositions, the delegate proposes the committee to cut the direct funding by other state actors to Gaza as there is a disproportionate and bigoted spending of aid by the Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. We'll now have the Delegate of the USA. You had raised your hand earlier.
The delegate raised the hand under the impression that points would be entertained on individual speeches, but if the delegate would be allowed to speak at this juncture, that would be appreciated, unless time does not allow for it.
Yes, Delegate, if you can keep it brief, that would be fine.
Right. The United States would like to summarize our proposed solutions and to invite all nations to work with us. Our 4 solutions are as follows. First of all, military cooperation with Israel, UK, France, United States, and Australia to build a defensive alliance against Hamas. Secondly, all foreign nations in the aforementioned alliance would be on Israel on a QRF and advisory capacity so as to assist with the inspection of Iron Dome facilities. We are also inviting foreign representatives to visit the CDC and observe American handling of drugs and our research surrounding disease. We would invite foreign nations to collaborate on countering this disease. And additionally, we would accept the Turkish offer to enter Israeli research facilities and observe what is going on. That is something that the United States believes can be done and invites collaboration on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates, for all of your speeches. And as the chair had stated in the chat, please do form temporary blocks and propose an informal solution. And please do submit it to us, and the voting will take place after the break. I'm sorry for the delay, delegates, but we'll now break for lunch. Thank you for a very entertaining crisis session.
Vice Chair, if the Zoom room could be left open so we can access our Zoom messages, that'd be appreciated.
Yes, delegate, it will be.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Noted, delegate, this is automatically passed by discussion of the chair.
All right. If the executive board could grant me like a minute or so to just collect the points, because we negotiated a little bit around it. Because
yes, delegate, you may take a moment and then present your resolution.
Also, delegate, if you wish to share your screen so that all delegates can see your proposed solutions, feel free to do so.
Yeah, actually, I'll post them in the chat so everyone can look at them.
Sure, great.
Will the delegate of the United States of America repost it?
Yeah, I'm going to. Give me a moment.
Yeah, thank you, delegate.
Yeah, no problem.
And just a reminder for all the delegates, we will be having a press conference at 2:15 p.m. So just wanted to let you know that.
Chair, if I could present the.
Yes,
Sure.
Delegate, you may proceed.
Right, thank you. Would it be possible to, or I'll open these in a doc, so I can actually, demonstrate them. Give me a moment.
Sure, Delegate.
Sorry for the delay. Okay. I'm just going to share my screen in a sec. All right. Are the solutions visible?
Yes, Delegate.
Yes, Delegate.
Yes, Delegate.
Are the proposed emergency steps that we have arrived to as a consensus to handle this issue? First of all, before elaborating on each point, the delegate for the United States of America would like to commend all delegates for arriving at this consensus so quickly. This is truly, heartwarming to see that we could cooperate on this even in spite of our differences. Now, so first of all, we have intelligence that the virus has infected 10 people and killed 5. So we would ask the State of Israel to provide the World Health Organization with a detailed dossier surrounding the virus, whatever information has been collected. Secondly, we would create a 1 second. Yeah, this is redundant, but yeah, I'll just edit that out. Okay, so the asks the State of Israel to inform the World Health Organization, then calls upon a peacekeeping force defense system to be established between Israel, US, Turkey, France, UK, and Australia. Our nations would work together on a military and strategic level to ensure that peace and stability is maintained in the Israel-Palestine region. And also, we would be able to engage in a QRF. The delegate for the United States of America elaborated what a QRF was earlier. But if there are any questions, feel free to ask at the end of the presentation, and the delegate would be glad to answer. Then we would recommend containment zones to be established for the State of Israel. Given that this is a contagious disease, we would recommend that certain parts of Israel be locked out. And this would be part of this, right? We would also invite the India, the United States, and Turkey to work alongside Israel to tackle this crisis. These are unacceptable levels of side effects. And while we have been working independently to an extent, we can collaborate to a greater effect. And we would also urge all Israelis to abstain from traveling outside of the State of Israel for the next month. This is something that the State of Israel can handle domestically with an actual travel ban, but we would recommend that the United Nations recommend this in the form of an emergency resolution. And finally, we would invite France to assist the State of Israel by tackling the crisis in CIAV and CDNS organizations, basically to provide any kind of emergency aid that the State of Israel requires. Are there any questions? Anything that I can help?
Delegate of the United States.
1 second, Chair. Would it be all right if the delegate opened the floor to questions?
Yes,
Sure,
Delegate.
not an issue.
Right, yeah.
Delegate of the United States of America. The point where it says urges all Israelis to halt travel, should we add an extra? Shouldn't we all add an extra point stating that other countries do not accept flights?
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
Another fact, Delegate, I think regarding the peacekeeping force defense system, so that's it's an alliance, right?
Yeah, more than an alliance.
Yeah, it's a peace alliance.
Like, based on our.
So if you can mention that as well.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Are there any other questions on the floor?
A delegate of the United States of America, there's a point in which we have been urging all Israelis to halt travel and all that. But I believe that the delegate of the State of Israel had already stated that they would be doing it.
Yeah, and that is also a part of the containment measures, right? So it can be clubbed into one point.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We can club it.
But yeah, the delegate of Israel wrote that particular phrase. It's like the UN recommending as well, and and also like the state of Israel following that particular measure, so it can be known to the entire international community.
Oh God, this is being weird. Anyway, sorry for that, but anyway, yeah, we can club these 2 points in the same thing if that's what people are recommending. Okay. Anything
It can be
further?
like execute containment measures such as developing containment zones and halting travel of Israel.
That would be something that they can do domestically, right? We don't need to be too specific because this is the UN.
Yeah,
we
correct.
have
That is just like
legislative authority.
exemplary measures which are like recommended to take
Oh, for sure, yeah.
for
Okay.
clarity.
All right, clarity. I think Israel is quite clear, but we'll do that. I think there's no point in.
Yeah, that's for the clarity for the resolution and not for Israel.
So what was the point again?
I think the delegate of DPRK was saying that it's for the clarity of the resolution, so that the entire international state members can know about it.
Right.
The delegate of the
what was the actual suggestion? I think I forgot it. The text of the suggestion.
No, it's right. It's right now. Delegate of
It's
Usa.
fine. Okay. All right. That works. Okay. Anything further? Like let's pass this by unanimous consent instead of pushing this through a vote. So I want to make sure that the delegate would like to make sure that we don't have to have a vote on this. These are unobjectionable things that no one should have a key issue with. So as long as we pass it
Delegate
by
of
an
USA,
international
one more
consensus, that'd be appreciated. Yeah, delegate.
question I would like to have regarding the point about invite India, USA, and Turkey to work alongside Israel to tackle the medical crisis. Shouldn't we make it a little more wider, like inviting other international nations and any other medical organizations from the international community to come in?
Yeah, delegate of DPRK.
It can be extended that way. So
Is that a sub point saying that any organization like the WHO, the Red Cross,
Delegates, delegates, please speak one by one. Thank you.
the point which I made my organizations is a medical support provided by distinct nations, not only India, USA, and Turkey, and different nations that are part of the international community. So the support, medical support, financial support, everything would be over a wide range and not restricted within the 3 countries.
Yeah, delegate of DPRK. So essentially what we meant in that particular clause was that these are the countries who, during their statements, said that they would extend support.
Coming forward to...
yeah. So by any chance, if any other country wants
and encourages
to,
maybe other international nations,
yeah, we could
other nations to provide their fund, medical and financial support to tackle the medical crisis.
Yeah.
Delegates, once again, please try to speak one by one.
Apologies.
Basically, I'll put it simply. What we meant by the initial point is that these are the countries that need to deal with the mess. If you guys want to, I'm not saying that other countries should mop up our mess, but this clarification, that works. So we can keep it like this. Encourages other nations to collaborate with the aforementioned countries on the medical crisis and its resolution.
I think the same can be done.
Delegates, just a reminder not to just use parliamentary language and not informal language. This is not an unmoderated caucus. So please use parliamentary language. Thank you.
Delegate of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, I have a clarification. So the delegate said that other nations could also come and collaborate over it, but the drug has been co-created by the states of India and Turkey. So they have better knowledge of the drug that they are creating.
Exactly. The point which I'm trying to emphasize here is that though they are like directly involved in the drug experimenting and everything, as Israel has claimed that it is going through medical crisis and there is a high possibility of us entering into another pandemic. It would be good if we would like unite more people to provide us with like extended medical support and financial support, which would make us like compete and more resistant towards the spread of the disease, is what I meant. They would be having more clarity, agreed, but then we could extend and invite all other nations from internationally and globally to provide the support. So we should not be hindering their tendency to support it.
Delegate, I have another question on. So till now in 2 weeks we have had 10 cases only. Does the delegate believe that all countries would be willing to work on this when the number of cases is very low?
Not all countries, but then countries
Any
which
country
are
that wants to
interested
would
and
be
countries which feel that there's a necessity for the proper medical attention to be provided to it.
Delegates, please speak one at a time and do raise your hand if you have a question. Delegate
Okay,
of
thank you, delegate.
Delegate of Israel.
Thank you, Chair. When we made a clarification for the second last point, should we also make it for the last point? Because that also involves just speaking about one country. Would the other member states be all right with this?
Yeah, do you guys want to edit that? No, sorry, do the delegates want to edit that?
Could the point be repeated?
Like how we had that clarification point about encouraging other nations to collaborate with the aforementioned countries. For the second last point, the delegate of Israel's question was that should we do the same clarification for the last point, where we right now here we just invited France. This is the state of Israel.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so to expand the scope of this, correct?
Just a moment, delegate. The delegate of Italy had raised his hand. Delegate of Italy.
Yeah, the delegate of Italy would like to say that the Republic of Italy would like to contribute to the peacekeeping force and also the last point in tackling the crisis.
1 second, you know, I've got a personal disturbance. Give me a moment. But yeah, I think we can implement the solution. Just give me a
Noted, delegate. Are there any other questions on the floor? Delegate of DPRK.
One question is regarding whether we can also encourage other countries to provide financial support to revive from the recent attack of the Hamas, to revive from the destruction caused by them. Would any financial support of us requesting, inviting other nations over the world, over the globe, to come and provide their financial support for the Israeli civilians and as well as the Palestinian civilians to revive back from the destruction caused by the attack? Would that help? Because as much as medical support is required for us to overcome tackle the medical crisis, it's also important for us to come up with some sort of financial aid for them to revive from the military incursions of the Hamas.
Are there any other delegates wishing to answer DPRK's question?
I'd like to answer.
Yes, delegate of the USA.
Right. Delegate, would that not be a domestic concern? Already, the delegate of the United States would like to express the concern that our resolutions about this and any further proposed resolution are in violation of, or rather skimping on the violation of Article 2, Section 7 of the UN Charter, dealing with sovereignty of nations to handle their own affairs. So while we have, carefully chosen our words to not mandate anything, the delegate of the United States believes that we should be more careful in what we say. We shouldn't be mandating that the state of Israel provide things. The delegate of the United States is quite confident that Israel has a framework set in place already to provide for victims of non-state actors' violent acts. But it would not be of benefit to create mandates or even excessive recommendations to a state in a resolution in the delegate of the United States.
Agreed, delegate of USA, but in case
delegates, once again, please do unmute once every delegate is finished speaking. Thank you.
That is agreed, but then in case of any financial crisis or in case of any fundraising requirements that arises during the course of us tackling the medical crisis or either reviving from the destruction, that can be included as a solution.
We cannot do anything about that. We simply cannot. It's as simple as that. This would be something that Israel does. It's not something that the UN has jurisdiction over. So I would recommend to the delegate for the DPRK that if the delegate for the DPRK could recommend this privately to any representative of the state of Israel, that would be much more efficient.
Thank you, delegate.
No problem.
Delegate of the Russian Federation, you would raise your hand.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Delegate of Russian Federation has a question. What does this have to do with the Israel and Palestine conflict? If we're trying to solve it, we're not going between two countries. not standing with this or standing with this. We're trying to solve it. And if the delegate of US, I think, is standing with Israel, delegate of Russian wants to know why and how this could solve the conflict between Israel and Palestine.
Delegate, I'm sorry for the interruption, but right now we're looking at a conclusion for the crisis at hand, not for the agenda. So could you please ask this question later once the crisis has been resolved?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of the DPRK, you raise your hands. Noted, Delegate. Are there any other questions on the floor? Seeing none, we can move on into voting procedure for this informal resolution to the crisis. Delegates in favor of the resolution, please raise your hands.
Can I stop sharing so I can vote?
Yes, Delegate. Once again, saying for all the delegates, those in favor of the resolution, please raise your hand. This resolution clearly passes. Congratulations, delegates. You've come to a conclusion to the crisis. So that marks the end of the crisis, and the chair will now be taking over once again.
Thank you, delegates. Again, well done to the leaders of this small resolution. Now we'll be moving back to normal conferencing. So are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Delegate of DPRK.
UNGA Session with the Delegate of Israel.
Sorry, Delegate, you are not audible.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Delegate.
Motion to raise a Q&A session with the Delegate of Israel for a time period of 6 minutes and with a total of
Sorry, Delegate, the time period is 6 minutes. And how many questions?
4.
4 questions. Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other motions? Yes, Delegate of India.
A moderated caucus on the topic recognizing Palestine as a state.
So recognizing Palestine as a state. And for the total time period of?
A total time period of 10 minutes, 30 seconds and 1 minute, 30 seconds for each speaker.
Sorry, Delegate, 30 seconds per speaker.
Chair, it is 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you for informing. And the total time period of?
10 minutes, 30 seconds, if that is clearly divisible.
Sure. Thank you, Delegate. Any other motions? Yes, Delegate of Israel.
The Delegate of Israel would like to have a question answer session with DPRK with a few members from the Delegate of Israel.
All right. Any Q&A sessions will be discussed after the moderator caucuses, if you'd like. We'll keep this on hold. So please wait, Delegate. Could you tell the maximum time period?
It would be for 7.
6 minutes. Okay. Thank you, Delegate. Any other motions? Yes, Delegate of USA.
The delegate for the United States of America would like to introduce a moderated caucus topic of ensuring the appropriate allocation of aid to affected regions for a time period of 20 minutes, allocating 2 minutes per speaker.
Delegate, could you please repeat the topic?
Sure. Ensuring the appropriate allocation of aid. If the delegate would be able to explain it, and basically preventing corruption and guaranteeing that aid doesn't fall into the wrong hands.
So, Delegate, you said ensuring proper allocation of aid in the affected regions.
Yeah.
And could you tell the total time period?
A total time period of 20 minutes, allocating 2 minutes per speaker.
20 minutes and 2 minutes per speaker.
Precisely. Thank you, Chair.
All right, any other motions? If not, we'll move on to voting procedure. First, we'll be voting upon the moderated caucus brought forward by Delegate of India, which is recognizing Palestine as a state with individual speaking time 1.5 minutes and total time of 10 minutes. So delegates in favor of this motion. Delegates against the motion. Again, delegates against this motion. Since not all delegates voted, we'll have to vote again. So delegates in favor of the motion brought forward by the Delegate of India, please raise your hands. The topic is in chat. And delegates against the motion. So as it stands, we have 11 votes for the motion and 9 against. So now we'll be voting the second resolution and compare the results. So the second, sorry, not the second resolution, but the second motion. So the second motion was brought forward by the Delegate of USA. And the topic is ensuring proper allocation of aid in affected areas. So with individual speaking time of 2 minutes and total time of 20 minutes. So delegates in favor of this motion, please raise your hands. Delegates in favor of the Delegate of USA's motion. And delegates against. So clearly the second motion brought forward by Delegate of USA passes. And just 1 minute, delegates will have to discuss the Q&A session. So Delegate of Israel, would you like to take part in the Q&A session asked by the Delegate of DPRK? Delegate, is that a yes or no?
Yes.
All right. And Delegate of DPRK, would you like to participate in a Q&A session?
Sure.
Proposed. All right. So after this motion, we'll be having Q&A session between DPRK and Israel. So Delegate of USA, regarding the motion, would you like to
I'm sorry, Chair, but can I ask a question?
What point is it, Delegate?
Couldn't the other delegates also give questions to the Delegate of Israel?
Delegate, you may bring it as a motion, but since this motion has already passed, you may bring it up later.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Yep. And Delegate of USA, would you like to speak first or last?
The delegate would like to speak. If possible, would it be possible to speak second or third?
Delegate, would you like to speak second or third? Please mention that.
Second, if possible.
Sure. So delegate is going to speak second. Are there any delegates wishing to be on the GSL? DPRK. Again, the topic is ensuring proper allocation of aid in affected areas. Delegate of Australia. So the list is DPRK, USA, Australia, Israel, Japan, delegates, if you've been recognized, please lower your hand. India, UAE, Korea, UK, Austria, Delegate of Russia. Delegate of Russia would just like to know if you're part of the GSL. Delegate of Russia.
Point of personal privilege.
Yes, yes, Delegate of DPRK.
Could the delegate go on third in the GSL?
Sorry, Delegate.
The delegate go on third for the GSL.
Sure, but Delegate of Australia, would you like to speak first in that case?
Sure.
All right, so the order has changed. Delegate of Australia will be speaking first, and Delegate of DPRK will be speaking third. Delegate of France, but Delegate of Russia, are you there? Delegate of Russia, would you like to be on the GSL? I can see you raise your hand.
Yes, please.
Right, thank you. So the list goes as follows. Australia, USA, DPRK, Israel, Japan, India, UAE, Korea, UK, Austria, Russia, and France. So Delegate of Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Ever since the Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, the humanitarian situation there has sharply deteriorated. High population growth rates have strained Gaza's already struggling economy, slowing down the reconstruction process and placing an unsustainable burden on infrastructure. The veracity of the crisis, respected Chair, is actually tucked well beneath their already masked rule. It is evident that the Hamas is apathetic of the Palestinian population, especially the ones living in and around Gaza. Numerous reports suggest that the Hamas is not only the smallest shareholder when it comes to the investment made for the rehabilitation of Gaza Strip, but they are also known for diverting the humanitarian funds allocated by different entities, including the UN, and providing for less than 5% of the investments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 1 minute left. Would you like to yield your time?
Back to the Chair.
Thank you. Are there any points? Yes, Delegate of India.
Delegate of the Commonwealth of Australia, the delegate stated that the Hamas is taking up funds and leaving only 5% for the use of the civilians. But the UNRWA states that none of the funds are being given to Hamas for any non-state activities, and they are using it for the Palestinian refugees and the civilians.
Permission to reply?
Yes, Delegate.
For 5% of the investment for rehabilitation, not for civilians directly.
Sorry for the misconception of it, Delegate, but could you please elucidate on it? Because the UNRWA clearly denies giving any funds to Hamas for non-state activities.
There is a specific set of budget placed for the rehabilitation of Gaza. And out of that, about 75% is given by other international entities, and less than 5% is given by the Hamas, out of which 20% is given by the Palestinian Authority, by the Fatah faction. That's clear.
Okay, Delegate, it is okay, but could you proceed and send the answer to me in a chat?
Yeah, Delegate, if you have any other questions or want to communicate, Delegate of Australia, please do it via chats.
Yes.
Thank you. So due to time constraint, we'd like to move on to the next speaker, Delegate of USA.
Thank you, Executive Board. A moment, please. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is critical that as we talk about providing aid to the affected people in the region of Israel and Palestine, we must take steps to ensure that this aid is not misappropriated. In May, old pipes laid out by UNRWA workers to help the people of Gaza, they were used by Hamas to make rockets that were launched at the people of Israel. The Palestinian Authority, they take in funds from international organizations and launder it among their upper ranks. The UNRWA educational material for Palestinian children has featured instructions to hate the enemy. And it also teaches that jihad is the road of glory. The map maps in UNRWA instructing maps in educational materials, they have left out Israel altogether. In addition, the UNRWA has issues regarding corruption. The United States would propose that the international community work together to fundamentally overhaul the UNRWA and to institute greater levels of transparency and accountability, because we cannot have this organization that is tasked with ensuring that the quality of life of people in the region is actively disseminating anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic propaganda. This is something that cannot stand. The United States will not fund any measure of aid that seeks to destabilize the region further by committing acts such as this. In addition, the United States would offer support for an extraneous resolution out of any resolution that would, separate from any resolution that would come about at the end of this conference. We would support a resolution that actively deals with this problem of misappropriating resources to not just the UNRWA, but to all United Nations aid programs in the world. This is a problem that is systemic to the United Nations and that we must unite to resolve. So the United States suggests that we work together on this and is open to any kind of inquiries regarding the same. Thank you, Executive Board.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points? Yes, Delegate of India. Delegate, you're muted.
Sorry, Chair. The Delegate of the United States of America said that the
Delegate, what point is it?
A point of information, Chair.
Thank you.
So the Delegate of the United States of America said that the funds which were given for helping the Palestinian people were used to create rockets by Hamas. Under what evidence could the delegate state it?
Of course, give me a moment. I'll give the delegate a moment. The delegate would be glad to send a source, but it's known as the Qassam rocket. The Qassam rocket is typically just a steel rocket filled with propellant that can be aimed crudely towards the region of the opponent. And very frequently, what Hamas and other non-state actors do is they build the Qassam rocket out of things like pipes, water pipes. And that is how they build it. The delegate would be more than glad to send a source not only to the delegate of India, but also for the benefit of committee, to a common chat for everyone.
Thank you, Delegate.
Sure, thank you, Delegate. And Delegate of USA, you may send it to a rapporteur. He'll be sharing it to everyone. Yes, Delegate of DPRK.
Point of information, Chair.
Granted.
The delegate had mentioned about the misuse of aid. So does the United States of America temporarily have any resolutions or wanted to adopt any other forms or structure of distributing these funds so that they are used in a proper manner so that they are benefiting the people and contributing towards the welfare of the people?
Could the delegate for the People's Republic of Korea please rephrase the question so that it is shorter, because it is difficult to comprehend a longer question?
Delegate, please repeat your question.
No, are there any resolutions or structures which is recommended, a structure of distributing the funds which is recommended by USA presently, so that these sort of misuse of funds can be avoided, and more importantly, these aids are used in a productive manner for the welfare of the people?
The United States sincerely would like to convey that we are looking forward, right? And we'd like to also note that these things are better done with collaboration from known international non-governmental institutions. We have the UN, we also have institutions like the Red Cross, like the Red Crescent, and these other groups are better positioned than the UNRWA or other bodies of the United Nations to enter these regions and disseminate aid. So in response to the DPRK, the United States will say that, yes, we do believe in an ideological and in a theoretical way that this is how we should do it, by engaging in greater partnership with the private sector and with non-governmental organizations, rather than working on our own.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, delegates. Yes, Delegate of Israel.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of United States, you had mentioned about...
Delegate, please mention as a point of information.
It's a point of information. The delegate had mentioned about the issue of misuse of aid and that being used to promote anti-Semitism in Palestine. So, Delegate, do you have any ideas on how to tackle this particular problem?
It's okay. Permission to respond?
Yes, Delegate.
Put simply, Delegate for the State of Israel, what we would need to do is we would need to overhaul the personnel who staff the UNRWA. The fundamental issue is that the people who staff the UNRWA are people who are inherently anti-Zionist, people who are inherently anti-Semitic. Without replacing these people and installing more, or rather less biased individuals, there can be no progress on this front. So we must search for accountability, we must search for transparency, and we must search for justice in this regard by choosing people who don't tilt one way or the other.
Thank you.
If the delegate could expand on the answer. Previously, the delegate had mentioned in a discussion with the delegate for India that there was a disagreement on labeling international organizations as anti-Zionist or anti-Semitic. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an example of the problem plaguing our institutions. There is an anti-Semitism problem. There is an anti-Zionism problem. This is just an example. So this is, what the United States is looking to fix in terms of this particular aspect. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Delegate for the State of Israel.
Thank you.
Right, thank you, delegates. Due to time constraint, we won't be having any other points, and we'll move on to the next speaker. If you have any other questions, you may ask Delegate of USA in private. Thank you. Delegate of DPRK, you now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. So DPRK does really understand the necessity for AIDS because of the deteriorations and destruction which is caused by the escalating conflict, and a lot of military executions and acts of brutality and destruction has been going on there. So that's really a need and a necessity for AIDS. And it is also very much important as AIDS are being provided, it needs to be put into a manner that is targeting at the welfare of the people and helping, providing the opportunity for the civilians to improve their standards of lives and living circumstances. And it needs to provide a scope for a better future. And importantly, when we're talking about the formation of a nation as Palestine is a state individually, it requires a lot of improvements, developments, and a lot of enhancements in its various aspects like education, living circumstances, economy. So there are a lot of developments which is needed from the side of the Palestinians, considering their request for establishing a new nation. For all these aids need to be put into productive use, and rather than targeting them to provide and trigger more violence, it needs to be put in such a way that it is benefiting the people so that it provides a scope for a better future. So recognizing the need for that, we DPRK would recommend a proper structural way of distributing and allocating these funds, and there also needs to be justifications and provide reasoning for why these aids have been used, how they have been used. And we also recommend the Palestinian authorities to understand the need of these aids and refrain from using these aids in indulging it in military incursions and other acts of violence and terrorism. And moreover, we were expecting highest level of transparency and records, a proper documentation of all these allocation of funds, how they have been used, where they have been put into use, why exactly has the percentage of funds differed from place to place, and how it has been used to resolve the conflicts and the issues of the people there. So those kind of transparency, meaning expecting that level of transparency, would really ensure that these aids which are being allocated are put into productive use. And moreover, we could have a very much a very independent and a very fair and corruption-free mediating council, which is making sure that the aids received by different sources like
delegates, delegate, please wrap up your speech.
And other international communities and other nations are put into effective use and are handled by safe hands and not misused or foul played by other non-actors like Hamas and put into ineffective use. So that's what DPRK would conclude.
Thank you, delegate. Is there a point? Delegate of USA.
Chair, the United States would like to raise a point of information.
Granted.
The delegate for the DPRK has spoken at length and extensively on the need to prevent aid from falling into the hand of Hamas and further equipping them to fight to engage in violent acts. However, the DPRK has been a sponsor of Hamas, supplying weaponry and supplying currency for an extended period of time. Would the DPRK cease this forthwith? because it was not clear previously when we were handling the crisis that the DPRK would do this. Because so would the DPRK be issuing a legislative framework, or is it, what steps have been taken domestically for the DPRK to metaphorically walk the walk instead of talking the talk?
Okay, permission to answer?
Granted.
The reply for the question which was posed by United States of America would be that we have, in case for us to stop escalating all the violence and trigger more military incursions from Hamas and other non-active groups here, we have to refrain from providing the military support, weapons, and sponsoring for them. That's a valid point, and that's accepted, agreed, and that and such sort of military sponsorships is escalating the conflict and complicating the peacemaking process and causing more and more impacts for the innocent civilians, which really needs to be prevented. And we're taking utmost measures on that. And I feel that, we assure you, we reaffirm you that the sponsorship for such groups would be ending. And moreover, with respect to the point we are trying to emphasize and stress on here is that such kind of aids will not be going to the wrong hands and unsafe hands where it is used to trigger more violence and complicate the issue. It needs to be put into effective use. Targeting at the welfare of the people is what the delegate is trying to stress, emphasize, and support strongly here.
Wait, delegate, is that satisfactory?
The delegate does not believe it to be satisfactory, but does not will not be pursuing the question further at this time.
Right, thank you, delegate. Yes, Delegate of Israel.
Thank you, Chair. It's a point of information.
Yes, granted.
Thank you. Delegate, you had mentioned about how to achieve extreme transparency, right? Because it would benefit the people who really require the money. So, Delegate, how would you suggest we try to achieve around 100% transparency?
Permission to answer.
Granted.
As the delegate had mentioned in her speech, regarding the formation of a council which is acting as a mediating body between the receiving of the aids and then providing it to the Palestinian authorities to make it into proper use, effective use, and not in such acts of irrelevance. And moreover, the transparency can be recorded and reaffirmed by releasing reports on the details in a structured manner. So organizing the processes which are involved in the allocation of aids and the spending of them will increase the transparency and reaffirm as much as possible to make these processes corruption-free.
Oh, thank you, Delegate. Thank you,
Delegate.
Thank you, delegates. Yes, Delegate of India.
The delegate of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea spoke about the proper allocation.
Delegate, what point is it?
Sorry, Chair, it's a point of information.
Thank you.
So the delegate spoke about how aid needs to be properly allocated and divided to different sections. How is the delegate planning to implement this?
Right, that really comes in the hands of the mediating body which was proposed by the delegate in her speech. So it needs to be based on whether there have been any other crisis there, the amount of poverty line there, whether there's a need for economic crisis there, and whether humanitarian rights are not there, they don't have access to basic essential commodities like water, food. So it depends on various factors, which is like really telling us about the momentum about the Palestinian occupation in that territory and needs to be decided on those aspects. And the funds need to be allocated based on the priority, like for medicine, like for economy, education, and hunger, poverty. So there are various aspects if you want to see as a single thing as welfare of the people. And that really decides how the Palestinian authorities are prioritizing these factors and which they wanted to focus on more or concentrate more, as all these aids are like providing assistance and support for their own people. So it really relies with the Palestinian authorities and the mediating body which was proposed.
Thank you, delegate.
Thank you, delegates. Any other points? Delegate of USA. Sure.
The delegate of the United States would like to raise a point of order. The delegate for the People's Republic of Korea had mentioned that the aid being given to these regions could be itemized under different fields. That as is in a hypothetical context. This is already being done. aid to the UNRWA and to other organizations is itemized as the United Nations policy. It is not simply blanket allocated. So the United States would just like to correct this on the record so that we may move forward in committee with a better understanding of how things work.
Due to time constraint, Delegate Turkey, if you'd like to answer, please reply.
Chair, I would, meaning the delegate would respond to US question through Chair.
Right, thank you, Delegate. Next speaker on the list, Delegate of Israel. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Delegates, this is a crisis. The Israeli-Palestine conflict has been going on for the last 7 decades. When a conflict goes on for this long, issues regarding money will come up. We do have aids that are provided to the Palestinians or the refugees from organizations such as the UNRWA. However, there's always the issue of transparency that arises. A lack of transparency could result in non-state organizations contracting the money before the ones who really need the money get it. The delegate hereby recommends the government of Palestine to have a strong governmental check before they receive foreign money. They should include stringent checks about where the money is coming from, who the money is going to, and what the money is going to be used for, and who all it's going to be distributed to. Foreign contribution regulation acts must be implemented and must be made stronger so that we can avoid any other organizations from getting this money. Furthermore, all money transfers, if they're recorded, this would make the job much easier and it would be much more efficient to trace where the money is coming from. Furthermore, the money must be received at the bank and regulated at the bank so that our system turns out to be very efficient. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Delegate. You have some time left. How would you like to yield your time?
To any questions?
Are there any questions for Delegate of Israel? Yes, Delegate of India.
Delegate of the State of Israel, the delegate stated that the funds that are coming need to be properly checked by the Palestinian government, and the government needs to find out where to use it and how to use it. But the Palestinian government isn't united in its place. When the delegate said about strengthening the checks, who should do it? Should the Hamas do it? Should we leave it to the Hamas to decide where the aids go?
No, for this particular cause here, what the delegate of Israel was thinking was that if we could introduce a small portion of the UNRWA which is settled in the Palestine region to actually monitor the checks, it would be much more easier to handle this rather than just giving it to the non-state organization itself.
A point of information, Chair.
Delegate, if you have any questions, please text the Delegate of Israel in private. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Delegate of Russia.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Delegate of Russian Federation has a question to the Delegate of Israel. As they mentioned, that the thing that we're going don't know for who and when and how. Could the Delegate of Israel please explain to whom and when and how these things have been separated or have been gone through a Palestine war? Another thing I would like to mention to the Delegate of Israel, if Hamas was one of the non-activated programs or, an activated group who is in Palestine that is unappropriate and it's under the name of Islam, okay? How could they tell them or give them the permission to know when and how and where these things have been gone? Could the Delegate of Israel please answer?
Thank you, Delegate, for your question. May the Delegate of Israel answer?
Sure, Delegate.
Thank you. So regarding this, what the delegate of Israel proposes is that to find out about who it's coming from, if we could do all of these regulations in the banks that they have, which is monitored by a small committee in the UNRWA, which would check which foreign place it's coming from, the money is coming from, who all the money is going to, as in the refugees or the people in Palestine. And then if we could have a database of this that's stored in their particular banks, then this process would become much easier. That's what the delegate believes.
Is that satisfactory, Delegate of Russia?
No.
Delegate of Russia, if you have any follow-up questions, just send invite it to Delegate of Israel.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Delegate. Yes, Delegate of DPRK.
Question to the Delegate of Israel.
Granted.
Delegate of Israel had mentioned about a very proper, very structured and transparent handling of the aids which are coming. So in case of any corruption method recognized, what do you think body which is handling?
Point of personal privilege. Delegate, I couldn't hear a lot of your question because it was breaking in between.
Right. Delegate, please repeat your question.
Sure, Chair. The Delegate of Israel had mentioned about a very honest, a very transparent method of handling all the aids which are being received by various bodies which are included in the process. So what can be done in case any sort of corruption or unlawful or like dishonest practices are being identified? What can be done to the bodies?
May the delegate answer?
Yes, Delegate.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for your question, Delegate. So regarding this, if firstly, we should identify who is doing this. So once we identify who is doing this act, it would be much easier. And then after that, if suppose we find that the money has been taken away and it's been used for corrupted purposes, perhaps they would have to go through some punishment in a way. So maybe return the money back firstly, and so that it goes to the rightful owners. And then after that, let the government itself decide what should be done with these people. I think that could work.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, delegates. So we'll move on now. Delegate of Japan, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. While the long-standing territorial dispute of Israel and Palestine is at the center of crisis, Japan believes that the co-option of the Palestinian cause over the past year by the Hamas is complicating things even further. Hamas's increased role led to the weakening of Palestine's political ecosystem, including the Palestine Liberal Organization, or the PLO, which stalls electoral and negotiation processes using civilian populations such as Gaza to conduct militarized operations against Israel that has escalated the conflict even further. The nation has noted that these militant forces are deployed using the assistance extended to the nation by the international community. This is absolutely inexcusable. Japan does acknowledge that these aids are critical for the development, thus holds back from severing assistance, but instead proposes that the humanitarian aid that has been pledged can be issued with limited exceptions to civilians, to sanctions known as licenses to certain humanitarian goods, services, and activities, similar to the actions taken by the government of the United States regarding facilitating humanitarian assistance in Afghanistan in September earlier this year. Japan also urges the international community to come together and fund constructions of more shelters and camps, emphasizing on Lebanon and the Gaza Strip, and to provide supplementary funds for other humanitarian needs, such as health and sanitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You have some time left. How would you like to yield your time?
to the floor.
All right, Delegate, are there any points? Yes, Delegate of USA.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. How many speakers are left on the GSL? And if it's possible, could the rapporteur or someone on the executive board post a list?
Sure. I'll just ask the Vice Chair to post a list. The next speakers will be India, UAE, Korea, UK, Austria, Russia, and France. So I hope it's clear, Delegate. Delegate of USA.
Yes.
All right. All right. So any other points? Who is this?
Republic of Turkey.
Oh yes, Delegate of Turkey.
The press conference is at 2:15, correct?
Exactly. Are there any other points? Seeing none, we'll move on to Delegate of India. Delegate, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The world community is running and working at its best to provide help and support to the displaced people. But one of the major questions that is lingering this process is the misappropriation of aid to non-state actors as stated by the delegate of the USA. Now, India does not fully support this idea of misappropriation of aid to non-state actors. We mean under what circumstances would the delegate of USA state that aid is being used elsewhere? The delegate of the Republic of India is ready to accept it if there could be proper evidence, but as of now, we aren't quite into this. Reducing aid to the UNRWA should lead to unnecessary degradation of already poor life quality that the people live. An example of this is seen even now when the USA made an enormous cut in aids. Contrastingly, the Republic of India has increased its share of funds to the UNRWA during the emergency meeting from 1.25 million US dollars to 5 million US dollars. It is important to note that our support is directly targeted for the welfare of the Palestinians. We do not entertain any misappropriation. Good suggestions to end this problem include direct talks with the UNRWA to investigate on whether or not aid is being misappropriated and having a double-sided view on the consequences of reducing aids to prevent misappropriation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Due to time constraint, we'll only allow one point of information possibly. Yes, Delegate of DBRK.
Point of information, Chair.
Granted.
The delegate of India had mentioned about how to minimize the misappropriation of aid by gaining support and collaborative work with the UNRWA. So what kind of support and what kind of help would really help us to avoid this sort of misappropriations? Is that a reform in the UNRWA or the structure or the processes? So what exactly does India means to the support from the UNRWA to avoid corruption?
Delegate of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, we did not talk about direct support. We meant talks with the UNRWA because the UNRWA is clearly denying using funds elsewhere, and people of other nations are telling that funds are being used elsewhere. So direct talks with the UNRWA would help us to investigate and get a view of what they think, what we think, and what should be a conclusion on it.
Thank you, Delegate.
Right, thank you, delegates. We will now have a break, which will be followed by a press conference at 2:15. So all delegates, please join back by 2:10.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Chair.
Yes, delegate.
How long does the press conference?
Delegate, to be honest, we don't have a specific time allotted for press conference. It depends on the length of the questions asked by the journalists. But we're confident it's going to last around 10 minutes to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi there.
Isn't break supposed to end in like a minute?
Well, I would certainly hope so.
I mean, they told to come back to 2:10. It's 2:14 now.
Anyway, let's just let them.
Right, delegates, we'll begin the press conference soon, just waiting for all the delegates to come back. And after the press conference, we will continue with the GSL, followed by the Q&A session between Israel and DPRK.
Bismillah.
Right, delegates, I believe we can start the press conference. So I'll hand it over to Lakshmi. She's the IP facilitator for this committee. So over to you, Lakshmi.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lakshmi, the IP head of UNGA, and we'll be having the press conference right now. And firstly, I would like to call Jody Al-Hafi Samer to ask the questions.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Jody. I just did myself. Yeah. I'm Judy. I'm the IP, and for my question, I'd like to ask, not to justify anything that Hamas did. Why was the terrorizing happening from Israeli government? Why the only response was from a non-activist group? Now, Palestine is not partial, seeing that Hamas is a non-activist group and has no direct relationship with the Palestinian government. Now, and Palestine is not responsible to its actions. So what I mean is, why was the terrorizing happening from Israeli government while the terrorizing was happening from Hamas as well? Was it a distraction to what was Israel doing at this given time? Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, Chair.
Yes, Delegate.
Can I ask the IP to rephrase the question? I did not understand it.
Journalists, please rephrase your question.
Yeah, sure. Well, why was the terrorizing happening from Israeli government?
There is an echo. If both the delegate for Russia and the IP are in the same room, then could one of you mute your mic? That way there isn't an echo.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So to rephrase my question, why was the terrorizing happening from the Israeli government, while the only response was from a non-activist group?
I'm sorry, sorry, journalists. So I believe your question is for the Delegate of Israel, right?
Yes.
So Delegate of Israel, the question is for you.
Thank you. IP, would you mind repeating that once again, as it was breaking a lot?
Journalists, you may type the question in chat.
All right, I'll be sending the question in the chat box.
Thank you. Yes, Delegate of Israel, the question is in the chat box.
Thank you for the question. Okay. I think what the Delegate of Israel would want to reply to this is that no matter where the attack is coming in from, it is attacking us Israelis. So naturally, it would elicit a response from our side. And moreover, actually, Hamas is part of the Palestinian government and does rule over it, because they did win over majority of the seats alongside PLO, which is why it is actually considered as Palestine. So naturally, when they do attack us, it would elicit a response from our side, trying to protect our civilians and making sure that our people and our rights are protected at all times.
Chair, can I have the right to reply? Chair?
Journalist, do you have another question?
Yes, right to reply. What? Okay, I'll be stating my question to. Do you guys hear me?
Yes, we can, journalist. There's
All
some
right.
echoing, but it's fine.
All right. So my question is for the Delegate of Israel. Now, could you please show me any evidence, or what evidence do you have that Hamas is supported by Palestine? Any credible evidence that you have?
The delegate during her research has found a few websites which has said the same.
What websites? Because
may the delegate send it to you via chat?
Sure. Only if it's not Wikipedia though.
Yeah.
Sure. The Delegate of Israel has stated that that the delegate did their research. Seeing that evidence from a website might not be enough for a journalist, could you please maybe state your research?
Sorry.
Seeing that, the Delegate of Israel has stated that they did their research. Seeing that research from evidence from a website might not be enough for a journalist. Could you please state your research? Elaborate your research, please.
Yes. So from early on, ever since I think a decade or two ago, Hamas did attend the election process and did win a majority of the seats. And a minority was also won by PLO, which means that Hamas does have a majority role in the affairs of Palestine, which is exactly why the entire conflict is the Israeli-Palestine conflict.
Delegate of Israel, could you please state the evidence by providing the website?
I'm sorry, I couldn't catch that.
Could you please state your evidence by providing the website?
In the chat format?
Yeah. And could you please restate your answer since it was not clear enough?
Journalists, so while the Delegate of Israel sends their links, do you have any other questions for any other delegates?
No, I think that's about it.
All right, so Delegate of Israel will be sending the websites in chat. So I think Lakshmi, we can move on to the next journalist.
So next we have Gautam Randhir.
Respective chairs, I'll be leaving the session since I'm actually attending in school in a whole other country. So I'll be just leaving the premises, and while being at home, I'll re-enter.
Sorry, journalist, you were not clear.
Delegate of session as well.
Yeah. Could the journalist repeat that? It was not clear.
Chair, they said that they have to leave the session since they are at school.
Sure, not an issue. So next journalist.
It's Gautam. Is Gautam here?
Yeah.
Journalist, you may ask your question. You may mention the country first and then ask your question.
My first question is to the Delegate of India. Yesterday, it said about to stop this conflict, one state solution is better than two state solution. But since the Jews and Arabs have been fighting for almost 70 years now, it will be difficult for them to together, and the attack of Hamas can be frequent. So, could you please tell me how this enemy is prevented without any loss of life?
There I have a point. The delegate has a point of personal privilege.
Delegate of India, if you don't understand the speech, we can ask the journalist to repeat it. Was it clear?
No, Chair, it wasn't. The voice was breaking continuously.
Journalist, could you please bring your microphone closer so we can hear? Journalist, we can't hear you. Journalist, we still can't hear you. It's not. Please make sure it's concise because we have a time constraint. So please type it fast. Yes, Delegate of India, the question is here.
Journalist, the delegate believes that that the journalist has misinterpreted what the delegate of India had to say. So the moderated caucus topic was on the viability of the two solutions and what is more possible. And I believe the exact words were other solutions to the conflict rather than the two-state solution that is quite talked about already. When the delegate was giving her speech, the delegate wanted to highlight the drawbacks of the two-state solution and the advantages of the one-state solution. So we get a view of what is best, whether the one-state solution or the two-state solution. But the Republic of India resolutely stands with the two-state solution. We have been telling it for decades and reiterating it now also. The Republic of India only supports the two-state solution. These statements were only to highlight the advantages or some points about the one-state solution that is not quite talked about.
All right, journalist, if you have any other question, you may type it in chat to the concerned country. We'll move on to the next journalist. So Lakshmi.
We have Ananya Jogi Kalmat next.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Chair. So my first question goes to the Delegate of Israel. Recently, it has come to light that the Israeli state does own nuclear weapons. Is it not dangerous to have it in such an unstable country because many may lose lives? What are your views on this, Delegate?
May the delegate answer?
Of course, Delegate.
Thank you for your question. What the Delegate of Israel personally believes is that storing nuclear weapons is always good when it's kept for a defense purpose. So especially when it's a state like Israel, when we are at war all the time, as the delegate has mentioned several times, our main purpose has always been to protect our people and our rights. So if by chance something happens to our people or our land in particular, always keeping these defense missionaries would be quite beneficial, so that we wouldn't have to go and ask another country for their support, as our military is very advanced in many ways, technologically and with great training that's been provided.
Yes, thank you, Delegate. One more question. Would you have, since Israel has also inflicted a lot of, like, a lot of uh, damage on the innocents of Palestine who have nothing to do with the like missile or rocket launches done by Hamas. So is there any plan by the side of Israel to help in the rehabilitation of the innocents that have been affected by like the firing from Israel's side?
Thank you for your question again. What the Delegate of Israel believes is that what Israel did was, again, just in response to what had been started by Hamas. Of course, it should have been the primary concern of Hamas to protect their people instead of launching an attack at us, when they knew that their people were not completely under protection, and they did not have proper measures to make sure that their civilians were 100% safe. However, we do realize that with our war with Hamas, we might have caused issues for the innocent people in Palestine, which is why like in the draft resolution that the Delegate of Israel had hoped in writing, the delegate believes that Israel and all the other member states of the UNGA can help designate this particular responsibility of what happened to these innocent victims of our war to primarily the UNRWA, and then furthermore, if all the member states, whoever are willing, can designate a particular amount of money as aid to these people, again, that could be quite beneficial. However, many have asked us Israelis about the right to return, which is not something that Israel would promote, at least at this particular point of time, as the main genesis of Israel was to have a complete Jew nation, which the entire purpose would be destroyed if we allow all of the other Palestinian people to come back to our nation, which would make the Jewish a minority.
Thank you, Delegate. My next question is to the Delegate of the United States of America.
Howdy.
Yes. So the delegate talked a lot about anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in between Israel and Palestine. But even in this country of United States, racism is still a prevalent topic, and we can clearly see that through the recent George Floyd incident. So, do you have any comments on this or any views?
Absolutely. Look, every nation is an evolving nation. You have a populace that is learning more. You have the institutions, our governmental setups. These are all groups that are trying to make themselves better to more equitably serve the people. And so, yes, the United States is going through a racial reckoning right now. The tragic killing of George Floyd and other systemic inequalities in our government. These are issues that are being addressed. The Biden administration has, taken multiple leaps forward in this regard, and we're doing a lot to counter systemic inequalities. But the objective fact, Madam Member of the Press, is that systemic inequalities in the United States are on a massively different scale from systemic inequalities in the rest of the world. In the United States, it's difficult to buy land for Black people. Black people find it difficult to buy land because it's too expensive. In Palestine, you can be killed if you sell land to a Jew. These are two very, very different things. All right. So the delegate of the United States would like to say that while America is working on improving itself, as all nations should, there is a clear difference in morality between certain nations, and the United States would like to work to ensure that all nations rise together to fight bigotry, to fight discrimination, and to fight anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism as well.
Thank you, Delegate. My next question goes to the Delegate of Japan.
Yeah.
Yes, Delegate. Could you please tell me the size of your army?
The delegate of Japan would like a point of personal privilege to give 5 minutes. I'm facing some technical difficulties.
I believe the delegate of Japan, you were not clear my side. Can you repeat your speech, your message, sorry?
Chair, I'm having some technical difficulties, so if you could give me 5 minutes, I'd be able to answer.
All right, journalist, the delegate can answer in 5 minutes. Perhaps Vaichit. Is that everything from your side?
A few more questions, Chair.
Sure, you may ask them.
My next question goes to the delegate of the United Mexican States.
Yes, journalist.
I don't think the delegate is able to respond. So should I move on to the next delegate? Chair?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, delegate.
Sorry, just a second. Yes.
Yes, delegate. My question to you is that corruption has been found in the state of Mexico, which actually remains as a very important part of payments for the official services itself. So, do you have any comments on this statement?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes, delegate. I said that corruption in the Mexican government has been found, and it is also found that it is a very important part of like payments for official services itself. So do you have any comments on that?
May the delegate answer through chat.
Delegate, possibly would like you to answer by voice since this is a press conference. So possibly if you could, we like you to use chats if you like to share any links or such things, but answering press conferences, you may answer without
The
texting.
delegate doesn't have an answer as of now.
Then journalists, I believe you can move on to the next question. It's not an issue.
Yes, Chair. So my next question is to the delegate of Greece, Hellenic Greece.
Yes.
Delegate, yesterday the delegate talked about the rights for refugees in the GSL yesterday. Could the delegates state what rights they were talking about and maybe elucidate a little?
Yeah, in my DSL, I mentioned about the works which was done by Greece, like how Greece has contributed to UNRWA's like important services. That was what I've mentioned in my like GSL, like where the Greece has supported the refugees in providing like donations for establishment of like schools and health centers, all which was established with the donations which were given by Greece. So that was what I mentioned in my DSL yesterday.
So should I take the answer as the donations you were talking about? The delegate was talking about the donations provided to the refugees. Is that
Yeah, I
correct?
was talking about the donations, like in every aspect, like vital donations like education, health, and all the essential needs of the refugees, which was given by these.
Thank you, delegate. My last question goes to the delegate of France.
Yes.
Yes, delegate. Yesterday, the delegate was talking about the measures. The delegate was talking about how the conflict could be resolved by like enforcing laws against anti-Semitism and blasphemy. So, could the delegate um, elucidate on what sort of measures can be taken to enforce these laws?
If you look in France in the recent past, they have united the law. They have implemented a law uniting anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, as it was a major problem in France. So, 77% of Jews are like against this. In fact, the Fonda poll found that 77% of Jews believe that there is anti-Semitism rise. So, like, if you ask me, uniting this anti-Zionism and Semitism is the way where you could preserve the rights of Jewish people. So that's the way. Like,
I could not understand the point properly. What does the delegate mean by uniting the anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism?
like finding the relation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. Maybe it may not be relatable with the definition, but whereas if you look at the Charlie Hebdo incident which happened in the France, then you may try to understand about the relation between anti-Semitism and Zionism, where the teacher was assassinated, where it was also an issue of blasphemy. So the people could understand the issue based on it.
Yes, delegate. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think we can move on to the next journalist now.
Yeah, finally we have Dia A.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, Dia, you are.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and Rapporteur, all the delegates. My first question is to the Honorable Delegate of USA.
Hi.
Yeah, hi. So, according to a source, the Congressional Research Services, from 2008 towards 2019, the US military aid commitments to Israel had increased almost twofolds. That is from $20 billion in 2008 to more than $40 billion in 2019, towards the end of 2019, during which the conflict, that is the conflict tensions between Israel and Palestine were at an all-time high. We all know that. Now, how does the Delegate of USA justify the provision of huge amounts of money during these 11 years to Israel, which enabled them to amass the world's most sophisticated and dangerous weapons and military systems, which posed serious threats to the security of Palestine, who did not have these kinds of sophisticated military systems and armed forces at that time? Yeah, now also.
All right, Madam Journalist, I think I'll answer your question with another question. Why are we assuming that Israel and Palestine, or the Palestinian entity, have to be on a level playing field? Let's talk about this. Israel is a single Jewish home. There is one Jewish homeland in all 193 member states of the United Nations, one country. They just have one place, and they are surrounded by nations who are antithetical to what they believe in. They are what we can call a villa in the jungle. This is Israeli foreign policy, not American, but this is a policy that America agrees with. In that case, the United States supports the buildup of Israeli armed response teams, and we want Israel to be able to defend itself. In addition, the United States and Israel have cherished a long-standing relationship of ever since Israel was founded. We are proud to be Israel's oldest ally, and the state of Israel has provided us with invaluable assistance in the form of intelligence, in the form of military aid, in in the form of simple diplomatic aid. The state of Israel is one of our closest friends, and as such, we provide for our friends. America is a superpower because of our alliances, and Israel is a key part of that. We also provide this aid because Israel is a democracy surrounded by autocracies and regions where the state is collapsing. We want to see that democracy survive, and that is why we fund Israel. Now, in terms of this increase from 20 billion to 40 billion, this is like when you look at the American defense budget, you're talking about a budget that, it's 770 billion in the Trump era and 710 billion in the Biden administration. These numbers are approximate. I'm correct about the Biden administration. I might be slightly wrong about the Trump administration numbers, but these are the rough numbers. So when you look at this vast amounts, we are spending, this is an investment in world security. The United States has a commitment to keeping the world safe, and part of that commitment is keeping Israel safe. Keeping Israel safe keeps the rest of the world safe, in that region especially. And so I would respond to your question by saying the United States can justify massively increasing, or this isn't even that massive, but increasing the aid to Israel by saying that it is a worthwhile investment.
So the delegate is saying that in order to protect itself, that is Israel, US is funding them so that they can keep their defenses up.
Delegate, see, here's my concern. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the nitty-gritties of international diplomacy, but I will say this. Our funding of the State of Israel's specific programs allows us to work with Israel on key solutions to problems in the region. Having Israel in that area keeps a check on Iran. It keeps a check on it keeps a check on Hamas. It keeps a check on Hezbollah. And these, dangerous actors that pose a threat not only to the United States but to the entire free world. These nations are kept in check by this relationship between America and Israel. By our connection, we are able to work for a safer world, regardless of what any, opponents to the free world might say. We work towards this kind of long-lasting peace. And while there are disturbances, note that since our relationship with Israel, we have had very few wars compared to the rest of history since the nuclear age. This is an era of unparalleled peace. And yes, we do have a high incidence of small conflicts, but have you seen a great power conflict in the past, a few decades? It's just unheard of. And the United States is proud of contributing to that long-lasting peace. Something to look into, if the journalist has some free time, the journalist could look into the works of Francis Fukuyama and his thesis of the end of history. He postulated that because of America's work to stabilize the world, history had effectively ended. There was no more conflict. Of course, the resurgence of Islamic terrorism, that damaged this. But the objective reality is that we are in an era of unparalleled peace.
Sorry, but one more sub-question, can I ask? Yeah, thank you. But wouldn't this this kind of a supply to Israel?
It broke up for me. Could you ask the question again?
Yeah, okay. Wouldn't this kind of a supply of weapons and armed forces, wouldn't it create a tension in the neighboring areas? Because they will feel insecure, right? About it is not just a normal amount, as the delegate of Israel has already pointed out several times throughout the discussions on both days, that Israel has a very developed military system and had technological advancement in every phase of military and armed forces. So wouldn't this create a tension, like not only with Palestine but also with the neighboring regions, and mainly in the civilians? Wouldn't that create a fear?
Of course. So let's deconstruct that. You asked me a question. I am again going to ask you another question. You asked, wouldn't there create a tension? Let me ask you something. The United States, the state of Israel, you're saying they have a wonderful military. Then why would they need aid? So you need to look into that. The American aid serves multiple purposes. The first purpose is symbolic. We support Israel. We stand by our closest ally in the Middle East, and we will fight for them whenever it is necessary. Secondly, it's a purpose where, wherever there are gaps in Israel's, defense systems, we help them out. When the Iron Dome was depleted after the vicious attacks by Hamas in May, we bought their resupplies of ammo. So that's what the United States does. And thirdly, what we do is it's effectively a kind of reach around, right? We extend our hand to the state of Israel, and we're saying, okay, listen, we want you to work with us in an international kind of a liberal world where we can work together. And as part of that, this is an exchange of money in exchange for your looking out for this security of the region. Let me ask you this, Madam Journalist. Suppose we did not give this aid. Israel would then become isolated. You know, there is no ally then for Israel. Would that not empower Hamas to invade Israel without consequences? Would that not empower Hezbollah? Would that not give Egypt the gall to invade? Would that not encourage Jordan to try and seize land? So that is why America's presence in Israel, whether it be through boots on the ground or a handshake with the prime minister, that's why it's important. Israel is our closest ally in the Middle East, and some may say one of our second closest or third closest allies, period.
Thank you, Delegate, for answering that. Now, my next question is to the Honorable Delegate of France.
Yes.
Yes. So, to find a solution to the peace process, France had organized a ministerial conference for peace in the Middle East, on 3rd June 2016, with participation of, I think, 28 states and international organizations. And yeah, following that, the International Conference for Peace in the Middle East was also conducted on 15th January 2017, in which almost 70 states participated. So to what extent does the Delegate of France think that the goals set during two of these conferences were implemented successfully? To what rate had it been successfully implemented?
Well, is it okay?
Yes, Delegate, continue.
Well, it was helping them to make peace between both the states, in which the Ministerial Conference for Peace in the Middle East was organized on 3rd June 2016 with the participation of 30 states. France was ready to support an initiative with compliant with the international law based on negotiation between Israelis and Palestinians, which led from the Ministerial Conference for Peace in the Middle East on 3rd June. And it made them to live in peace and security, in secure and recognize their borders. And it wanted them to, it wanted Jerusalem to be the capital of both, but that was not possible if like the solution is not yet introduced. So they were able to conclude with the security and living, they were able to ensure that the peace and security would be ever developed, and the borders would be recognized according to the policy of 1967, the Green Line.
These were the main goals that were supposed to be implemented, right? But to what extent did, from the part of France, to what extent was it able to, implement this?
Well, if you ask the extent, it wasn't that successful. They tried to unite the peace between. They tried to unite both the states, where both these were partially successful, where you could see that they were not able to conclude making Jerusalem the capital of both, where the tensions built up in that area. So they were partially able to conclude with the security and the policies of borders, which was not implemented in the end. Well, it was like an initiative proposed by the France to make where the other states did take no initiative, where France stood up to take an initiative, which also lead to take an initiative of the International Press Conference, International Conference for Peace in the Middle East, where they tried to unite them, but due to the tensions developed, they were not able to be successful in it. It was like a partially successful conference. We cannot conclude like it was successful. It was partially successful, madam.
Thank you, Delegate of France. My next question is to the Honorable Delegate of Republic of Turkey.
Yes.
Yeah. The state of Turkey is known to have very well constructed diplomatic relations with Palestine. How does the delegate feel that the ongoing relations with Palestinians will differ if the regions now under the Palestinian territory joins Israel, if a one-state solution is passed and implemented?
Turkey certainly supports for Palestine having its own state. So two-state solution is always preferable for the Republic of Turkey. In the ever unlikely case of a one-state solution having been passed, we would respect the decision, yes, since it should be a decision that is respected both by the Palestinians and the Israelis. And all we need is a guarantee that the Palestinians in the region will not be denied their basic rights, their human rights, and they should not be like afflicted in conflicts and violent protests from the Israelis in the ever case of a one-state nation.
So that basically points out to the safety of the Palestinian citizens, even if a one-state solution is implemented.
Yes, definitely.
Right. Would this change any kind of diplomatic relations that you had with Palestine, like before the implementation?
Diplomatically, we would still keep relations since the Palestinian region is now part of Israel, so a former new nation. We will keep good diplomatic ties with them since there is Palestinians, and ethnically, we are culturally and ethnically related to the Palestinians.
Thank you, Delegate, for answering that. My final question would be to the Honorable Delegate of India.
Yes, journalist.
Yeah. My final question would be, the delegate had mentioned in their speech during day one that Jerusalem should not be considered as the capital of any of the two states if a two-state solution is passed, and it should be under the direct control of the United Nations. So how can that be considered as a practical and impossible solution? And could the delegate please elucidate on the thought process going behind that notion?
So journalist, the basis of what the delegate had said was our policy on it. But then again, we developed an understanding with our fellow bloc nations that what the Republic of India actually advocates is peace for the people, what the people decide is the best for them. So we developed an understanding for them and kind of backed out from that Jerusalem should be international territory, and we decided to have a plebiscite to decide what happens with Jerusalem. The statements that were given by the Republic of India were the previous policy, and the compromise was decided later on.
So there was no specific follow-up to that notion that it should be under United Nations?
No, journalist. Our main motive is to advocate peace and end the conflict there, and over there only stop escalating it further. So whatever is good for the people and whatever they decide, we support that.
Thank you, delegates. That was it.
All right, I believe those are all the questions. Lakshmi, could you confirm?
Yes, Chair, I think that's all.
All right, thank you, IP Head, and thank you to all journalists for the questions. So delegates, now we will resume with GSL. So last time we stopped after Delegate of India's speech, and now we will have Delegate of UAE. And another thing, the time has been changed from 2 minutes per speaker to 1 minute, since we have a time constraint. So yeah, Delegate of UAE, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The UAE is at the forefront of efforts to eradicate poverty and provide assistance to those in need, including the most vulnerable. In 2016, the UAE's foreign assistance amounted $6.05 billion and supported development, humanitarian, and charitable programs in many developing countries. UAE also warned the Hamas to maintain the calm of the region. UAE has provided $600,000 in financial support for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. to build a school in the area of the Gaza Strip. The UAE has further donated $15 million contribution to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for the Palestinian refugees. UAE has also closely worked with Israel to overcome the COVID pandemic by providing medicinal aid. The United Arab Emirates has disbursed the amount of $25 million to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for the Palestinian refugees in the Near East on 12th December 2019, and has also signed a
Delegate, please finish your speech.
Yes, Chair. That'll be the end of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So due to time constraint, we'll have to move on to the next speaker. So Delegate of South Korea.
Yes, the Republic of South Korea believes in staying neutral, but the only thing we are doing as of now is to contribute to the refugee relief. But we find it quite unfortunate that this fund is being misused by the Palestinians to make arms. We suggest that we make a resolution such that a middle party is established for a more transparent dealing out of the funds, so that this fund is not misused and not used for acts of terrorism. That'd be it.
Right. Thank you, Delegate. So next speaker is going to be sorry, Delegate of India, but due to time constraint, we won't allow any points unless you have a point of personal privilege. You may raise it. So next will be the Delegate of UK. Delegate, you have the floor for 1 minute.
The aid that is going into Palestine is wrongly used by the Hamas for developing arms to be used against Israel. They believe in eradicating Israel even at the cost of Palestinian lives. This is simply not possible and cannot be supported. The alarming unemployment rate in Gaza is roughly 50%, and more than half of its population lives in poverty. Following May's hostilities, 62% of Gaza's population were food insecure. Between 1993 and 2013, Palestinians received a huge amount of $21.7 billion, according to the World Bank. Multiple situations were present where the Palestinian authorities could have used this money to invest in the development of an infrastructure and well-being of the Palestinian people. Instead, these funds had gone into the military infrastructure and weapons, such as cross-border attack tunnels and missiles to attack the state of Israel. Even charity organizations are used as a method to bring in more funds, such as the World Vision Organization, where they draw in more money through support for injured children of Gaza, salaries of World Vision employees, fake charities, and many, many more are instead directly falling into the money banks of Hamas, increasing their capital income. Palestinian contributors ought to think twice before extending their assistance, further helping the organization of Hamas to perpetuate a false sense of victimhood and entitlement. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Delegate. The next speaker is going to be Delegate of Austria. You now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Respected Executive Board and fellow delegates, more than 1,000 housing and commercial units in Gaza were destroyed and over 750 homes were severely damaged, according to the United Nations Humanitarian Office. The Republic of Austria would like to mention that though Gaza is under the immense need of a rebuild, the militant group Hamas's unjust use of the funding provided by them is something that needs to be acknowledged. Gaza has a population of approximately 2 million and the poverty rate is 56%. 50% of its population is unemployed. It lacks basic infrastructure such as schools and has only 11 big hospitals for the entire population. Almost 85% of all schools in Gaza run double shifts and work without electricity. The Republic of Austria hopes that all member states will bring up a system through negotiations to make sure that the funding provided to Gaza through organizations is not misused, and urges all member states to provide more importance to the situation in Gaza. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Delegate. Now we'll have the last speaker, Delegate of France. Delegate, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. France is particularly concerned about the living conditions of Palestinians, which is intrinsically linked to the resolution of the conflict. France is first and foremost committed to addressing the humanitarian emergency. Our humanitarian assistance notably includes voluntary contributions to humanitarian agency and organizations. Our contribution to the United Nations Relief and Work Agencies for Palestinian refugees in the Near East, UNRWA totaled 20 million euros in the past year. France also takes part in the EU Joint Assistance for the Palestinian Territories, providing 2 million euros for the relief fund. In the Gaza Strip, France supports the population in a number of areas, which includes food aid, vocational training, and health, and through the presence of the Institute Francaise and Gaza, the only foreign cultural center there. The Agence Française de Développement has been active in the Palestinian territories for 20 years and has funded around 80 projects totaling of 473 million euros, of which 13 have concerned the water and sanitation fields. According to our estimates, these projects have provided or improved drinking water facilities for 8 lakh people there. Well, France and the European Union are also working, especially in the Area C and East Jerusalem, to respond to evictions and demolitions, which are consequences of Israel's settlement policy and take a toll on Palestinians' daily lives and economic development. France renews its confidence.
Delegate, please wrap up your speech.
Yeah. France renews its confidence in all international organizations whose action is helping us to move forward on the Israel-Palestinian conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So this will be everything for the GSL. Now, as promised before, we'll have a Q&A session between Israel and DPRK, where Israel will be asking questions to Delegate of DPRK for the time period of 6 minutes.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, Delegate.
Thank you.
May the Delegate of Israel begin.
Delegate of DPRK.
Yes, the Delegate of Israel is yet to begin.
Delegate of DPRK, can you hear us? Right, so I think the Q&A session can start.
Okay, thank you. The first question is, throughout yesterday's committee session, the Delegate of DPRK has been constantly supporting the motives of Palestine and their organizations. In fact, their foreign ministry and their supreme leader both have a long history of siding with Palestine no matter what. What is the reason for strongly siding with a non-state actor such as Hamas, rather than siding with the state of Israel, which is in fact a democratic nation? Is there an illegal trade that's going on between the two nations that the rest of the member states of the UNGA are unaware about?
Could I reply, Chair?
Actually, Delegate, there's no need to ask the chair because it's a session between you two.
Chair.
So
Apologies.
Thank you.
Yeah, Delegate of Israel, the Delegate of DPRK's response to would be for this question would be that there's no sort of illegal trades or underhand businesses which is going on here. And moreover, we are not expecting anything in return from the Palestinians for the support we're providing right now, and it's only for the diplomatic relations between the two. And moving on, further progressing to your question, why are we supporting the rights of Palestine? Because as Israel has its own right to establish a home flat for Jews, it also has Palestinians also have their own right to establish an own nation for its own Arab communities. And Israel, irrespective of being a democratic nation or a fully established nation, it has continued to have it has violated a lot of international policies. And moving on, it had also provoked humanitarian crisis with respect to the Palestinians. In this Israel-Palestinian conflict, North Korea only wants to take it doesn't mean to blame anyone about the kind of injustice which was inflicted upon each other, but it strongly emphasizes that the Palestinians' right for establishing their own nation is protesting, and it is continuing even before the establishment of Israel. Even before a nation of Israel was formed, the obligation for a new nation was continuously protested by the Palestinians, and that has attracted our attention. And we do not support any of those violence which is going on there, and we rather insist on both the sides from refraining from such violent actions. And it is agreed, rightly highlighted by the Delegate of Israel, that we have a sponsorship for the military funding and the military development of the Hamas. But then it is agreed that it has escalated the violence, complicated the process, but it also needs to be bring to the notice that the Palestinians have also received a fair amount of impact from the military incursions and executions of Israel as well. And despite military incursions, Israel has also done its part of injustice here by destruction of holy premises, annexation of water resources, illegal settlements, and so on and so forth. So we can either take it as a defensive support which is provided to the Palestinians, and provided North Korea would, in the future years, in the future decades, it would refrain from sponsoring to such kind of non-state groups, which is like triggering violence and violating a lot of policies and international conventions.
Okay, thank you. The next question is that in 2014, this journalist Coughlin claimed that Hamas paid Pyongyang hundreds of thousands of dollars for missiles and communication equipment. And according to the Israeli military technicians cited in Coughlin's report, the North Korean experts advised Palestinian militants on tunnel building in Gaza. And then that same year, arms control researcher Andrea Berger also noted that North Korea is adept at producing the kinds of arms that Hamas and Hezbollah most need. Delegate, how can you justify these acts of trying to support a non-state actor that's been marked as one by the whole of the European Union and several other countries?
Sure. I would like to respond this with another question. Now, when we see both the sides, this is just an imperialistic struggle between both the nations. Though we don't want to support trigger any more humanitarian violations and trigger any more violence and complicate this peacemaking process further, our sponsorship has only been not for supporting the violence, but then as a defense for the Palestinians. And there had been many, even for Israel, there had been many countries which had funded foreign military development. That doesn't mean that all the countries which had funded the military development of Israel means to further complicate this process and escalate the violence. It only means it has a piece of courtesy or a piece of aid which is provided to both the sides, so that they will be able to defend their own nations, and there will be an stabilized battle between both, because military incursions cannot be blamed on either side. It cannot be either the fault of Israel or Palestine, because it lasts back to the historic roots and everything. But then now we only have to consider that we have to stop escalating the violence and fasten the peacemaking process to avoid any more violations and complicate, meaning we are impacting the living circumstances of the civilians who have no connection to this authority of power. So we have to keep in mind that we are not here for escalating violence, but only as a defensive side for Palestine, as Israel is claiming US and other countries fund for its military development. And moving on, Israel has not done everything fair on its part too.
Delegates, just like to mention that we have 30 seconds in the Q&A session.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, DPRK, for your response. We understand both Israel and Palestine have had their faults in this particular process. And hopefully, if all the countries, Israel, Palestine, and DPRK would follow everything as it's been mentioned in our own appropriate DRs, we can lead to a more better and brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate.
All right, thank you, delegates. Now, moving back to motions. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Delegate of Usa.
Has the delegate been recognized? My connection.
Yes, Delegate. Yeah, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Executive Board. The delegate for the United States of America would like to raise a motion to introduce a working paper to the committee for the purpose of discussion and to present
Delegate.
in a group of 3. Would that be possible?
Not an issue. But since Delegate of Italy has given their working paper before yourself, we'll ask Delegate of Italy to present their working paper first.
Okay.
Will that be fine? Sure. So not an issue. So Delegate of Italy.
Actually,
yes.
the Delegate of Italy and along with the Delegate of DPRK has done a combined sponsorship for the resolution. So
oh, sure. So Delegate of Italy and DPRK. So you may present the working paper first. You will be allotted a time of 5 minutes each.
Sure.
Right. You may screen. You may share your screen.
The delegate of DPRK would like to go first, right?
Is the screen shared, delegate?
It has been enabled.
Has been enabled. Unfortunately, I'm unable to see it.
Delegate, please check again.
Maybe can the delegate of Italy begin? Maybe can I join in the middle?
Sure. So the paper takes the compromise between the Palestinians and the Israelis very seriously, going on to.
Sorry, Delegate, are you sharing your screen now, or?
I am not sharing the screen, chat.
If you have the paper, you may please share your screen and present it so that all the delegates can see.
Sure, sure.
Yes,
Yes, it's
visible data.
Yes.
Yes. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, Delegate, you're audible. You may start.
So the Republic of Italy, along with the the delegate of DPRK, would like to present a working paper for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So this paper takes the, just a second. Yeah, this paper takes compromise between the Palestinians and Israelis very seriously, going on to say the following. It recommends Palestine to be recognized as an individual state with mutually agreed borders, and it calls upon international communities and nations to accept it as yet another independent nation. This is to ensure that the Palestinian community is satisfied and non-state activities decreased from the Palestinian side of the argument. And the paper also supports the UN's prior call to a complete freeze of land expansion in occupation and occupation activities and reverse Jewish settlements from OPTs back to Palestinian territories.
This is regarding the unlawful annexation of Israeli occupations over the OPTs like West Bank and East Jerusalem. So we would call for a complete freeze of its land expansion activities, which is a violation of policies, and also reverts its Jewish settlements and limit its Jewish migrations to OPTs, considering the same.
Yes. So these Israel's decision to expanding settlement units, they threaten the prospect for a peaceful resolution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Hence, this point has been taken up by the paper, and the paper would also like to provide. Just a second. Yeah. The paper further reminds Jerusalem to be shared by the two states, and contrary to resolutions previously presented by the UN, the paper wishes Jerusalem to be shared between the two communities as capital, symbolizing a consensus of peace that both communities will eventually come to. But for the time being, however, the area of Jerusalem will be heavily militarized, along with the borders proposed by the UN Resolution 181. And deplores the possible need for a new map that establishes equal amount of land, water, mineral, and other resources, along with arable land for both communities, while continuing to show its support for the implementation of the 1947 resolution for the time being. And also affirms Palestinian refugees.
To point 4, which was discussed by the delegate of Italy right now. It is a resolution which is given to Israel's unlawful annexation of water resources, and we also prioritize the human rights of the Palestinians at topmost priority. So considering that, we require a reformation of the map and borders so that the allocation of water resources, minerals, and natural resources are equally distributed to support the livelihood of the Palestinians individually. Continue, Delegate.
And the paper would also like to provide Palestinian refugees the right to own property inside Palestinian borders. This provision is to pacify the refugee population and to make certain that the non-state activity in the region decreases, and plans to equally divide land between refugees and the existing Palestinian population is highly encouraged from other countries. Considering the safety, security, and peace of the civilians of the future nations, the extremists and the other militant groups like Hamas need to be evicted and they need to be penalized.
Sorry, delegates, just remind you have 1 minute to finish your presentation.
Yes, the delegate of DPRK will take on from here. So considering the security of all the other civilians, extremists and other militant groups like Hamas will be evicted. They'll be owing high penalties and compensations, reparations owing to all those unlawful acts they have been proposing. And we also recommend on the humanitarian laws and policies being valued and followed diligently by both nations after the peacemaking. And we also encourage the areas which are highly vulnerable to these acts of brutality to be demilitarized for a certain time until the dispute is solved in a comprehensive manner. Moving on, we are also emphasizing on the humanitarian crisis which was triggered by the ignorance of human principles of the civilians of both Palestine and Israel, and we call upon the nations to provide equal international opportunities for both the citizens of Israel and Palestinians for development of the nations and to receive a decent amount of recognition for the identification of the independent state. So we are emphasizing on the humanitarian rights, respecting them, and calling upon the recognition of both the states. And moving on to the 8th part of the resolution, could you scroll down, Delegate? So we, in order to establish the two-state resolution, the best approach for it would be establishing the pre-1967 borders as the land distribution is equal. This would be followed by mutual land swaps, and adding on to this also the geographic benefits and provisions is also recognizing Palestine as an independent viable state. So which means that the one and only approach for establishing the two-state resolution is by adapting to the pre-1967 borders. And these need to be permanently confirmed and not amended in any circumstances to avoid further rebellions. Moving on to the 9th part of the resolution, endorses other collaborative measures and cooperation needs to be taken by the two involved nations and also the international communities as a long-lasting, endurable, smooth, and friendly relationship is a crucial determining factor for sustainable peace and security in the following decades. To make sure they have a smooth relationship, we are encouraging and
Delegate, I believe you have to wrap up your presentation soon.
Yes, we
So
are in
please
the last
summarize.
point, Chair.
Sure.
Apologies for the delay. And the last resolution or part of the resolution that we would like to propose together is that we would express appreciation if other international communities start equally supporting the both communities economically and contribute through aids and funds if both of them have been severely impacted by the escalating violence of the conflict. And this would be acting as a financial support, as a political support for them to, for the revival of the both nations from the destruction which was caused by the violence and of the conflict. And they could also develop the nations into a sovereign state, into an independent state, into a successfully developed state in various aspects like infrastructure, education, poverty, hunger, economically, socially, and politically. In all these aspects, both of them, at the end of these resolutions being implemented, there will be two contiguous, viable, and independent states living side by side together with peace and security, with sovereignty and mutual recognition. So that's what both the Delegate of Italy and the Delegate of DPRK would like to conclude by finishing the presentation of their working paper. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Delegate. Thank you for your presentation. I will be entertaining 2 questions. So, Delegate of India, do you have a question?
Chair, could I propose a point of information?
Sure.
Thank you, Chair. So, Delegate of DPRK and Italy, the delegates together suggested for heavy militarization in Jerusalem. Which country should take out and carry out this militarization?
Actually, as
the
Jerusalem is being considered as a shared, meaning the whole city of Jerusalem is being governed by a shared government. So there will be some borders which is like distinguishing the area which is occupied by Palestine and by Israel. So there need to be like both of the communities need to strengthen their military forces, and this is importantly done in a defensive manner and more significantly to avoid further rebellions at the borders. So that through this heavy security, we are ensuring the safety of other civilians and residents who are residing in Jerusalem.
Through this, we are ensuring the collaboration of both the Palestinian and the Israeli military forces.
There, the delegate would request to follow up.
Delegate, you may follow up by chat, and I believe the last question will be from Delegate of USA.
Thank you, Executive Board. Delegate of Italy. First of all, how would could the delegates name any region in the world that is controlled by a shared government, such as the government proposed and has similar heights of division and enmity between communities, and hence can be shown as an example of the stability of a supposed shared government? Secondly, why is this draft resolution ignoring the right of the Jerusalem residents to determine their own government? Why impose a shared government, a foreign shared government upon them?
Point of personal privilege, Chair.
Yes, Delegate.
Could the delegate shorten their question and repeat it once more?
Yes, Delegate of USA, please make it more concise.
Two questions. First of all, can the presenting delegates name one example of a region that is so divided, similar to Jerusalem, and yet is governed by a successful shared government? Second question, why is this shared government being proposed when it very clearly ignores the right of the right to self-determination of the people of Jerusalem?
The answer for the first question posed by the Delegate of United States of America would be that for us to develop the smooth relationship between the two nations and also promoting that the humanitarian policies and rights of both the ethnicities, and also equally prioritizing the obligations, the cultural and religious obligations of both the sides, Jerusalem shall not be considered as a part of either one ethnicity, which is one point. And the second point is that when it is considered as an international territory, then it would mean that both the ethnicities do not have authority over the city which they have been protesting for a long period of time. So to avoid such kind of confusions, and also taking into consideration the fact that Jerusalem has been one of the most determining factors in the whole conflict, having a shared government would also entertain smooth relationship in the following years and would strengthen their allies. And moreover, it would also fulfill the privileges of both the Palestinians and Israelis to access their religious, cultural sites and have authority over what they claim to be as ancestral and religious and native homelands.
Mr. Chair, if I could, raise a point of personal privilege, could the delegate please answer the question? Can there be an example of this successful, international government?
Yes, Delegate of DPRK, please answer the.
This could be the first example, Delegate.
To answer your question, Delegate of the United States of America, the main aim is to forcefully, to answer your second question, that is, the main aim of this resolution is to forcefully impose the peace between the two communities instead of having a plebiscite. And for your first question, there is no known example for the according to the representative of Italy, but we do believe that this might have a higher chance of strengthening the relationships of these Israeli and the Palestinian populations.
Will that be it, Delegate of USA?
Mr. Chair, the delegate would note that the answer, while it exists as an answer, it does not answer the question yet, but the delegate is willing to let it move on for the sake of time.
Right, thank you, Delegate. So I believe that would be it for the presentation on by the Delegate of Italy and Delegate of Turkey's resolution. So now we'll move on to the Delegate of USA's and Israel, I believe, draft resolution, also known as the Zionist Democratic Bloc resolution. So Delegate, whoever is presenting, please continue to do so. You have 5 minutes.
Is the screen visible?
Yes, Delegate.
All right. So, give me a moment. All right. So I'm just going to pause the share for a second. All right. So the preamps, I would invite. Yeah, I would invite the delegate for the State of Israel to read and explain the preambulatory clauses.
Recognizing the persistence of the Israeli-Palestinian dispute that has mired the region in the conflict for 7 decades.
So what is, yeah, right. Delegate of Israel, I don't want to cut on you, so like I'll just if we'll continue. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Cognizant of the need for a rapid and equitable solution to this conflict in order to preserve the lives and livelihood of countless Israelis and Palestinians for years to come. That, as we know, is the main purpose of this UNGA meeting, and which is what our working paper addresses mainly. We're aware that any solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict must take into account of actions of extremists and violent non-state actors in both sides, in both Israel and in Palestine. We're informed of the religious significance of the region of Jerusalem and the overlapping claims to the region on either side of the conflict, and we have designed our working paper in a way that it would be fair to both Israel and Palestine. We completely support thank you. We completely support the pursuit of a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestine conflict, as we believe that that is the solution that could finally help achieve peace in both Israel and Palestine, whilst preserving their rules and laws. Furthermore, we affirm the solution outlined in the Abraham Accords peace agreement, and we understand that the people of Jerusalem have a right to self-determination, supporting their right to a democratic outcome, which is why we will introduce a law in which they have the right to vote for what they want. We're aware of the complications that the Israeli settlements in the West Bank pose towards the peace process, and we have formed our operative clauses with regards to that. We note the unfortunate tendency of the international organizations to have an anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic ideological tilt, which is how we have phrased our operative clauses as well. And we acknowledge that state sponsorship of non-state actors within the conflict has led to the detriment of the security situation in the region. And that's something that we clearly do not promote at all. And we're concerned about the well-being of the refugees and migrants in that area, and are working towards a solution that takes into account of their livelihoods as a whole.
Now the delegate for the state and for Turkey to briefly touch upon each operative clause.
We have 16 operative clauses. So the first one is we urge the people of both Israel and Palestine to lower their hostility against each other and cooperate with each other much better. We also encourage the people of Palestine to support a more democratic and a less corrupt government. We aspire to accomplish a framework such within the state of Israel and the Palestinian entity, so that they can negotiate and cooperate with each other on the international stage. We also call for the creation of a commission to investigate the potential borders between Israel and Palestine, We suggest that the state of Israel and the Palestinian entity to enter into a mutual defense. Apologies. Mutual defense to protect their citizens and against external threats. Then we sharply condemn the role of non-state actors, namely Hamas and Hezbollah, in complicating the conflict. We strongly urge all members of the states of the United Nations to cease funding and their other assistance to the aforementioned groups. We also request both the state of Israel and various paramilitary and non-state groups associated with the Palestinian entities to cease hostility and enter a ceasefire with the Israelis. We recommend that the state of Israel sees further development of the Jewish settlements in the West Bank so that the peace process is not further complicated. We support the right of the people of the region of Jerusalem to determine their fate and hence recommends a plebiscite to be held regarding its status upon the successful creation and recognition of a state of Palestine by the United Nations. We suggest that the individuals who may be required to relocate or as a result of any peace deal have their expenses met by their respective states whenever possible. We also designate the responsibility of the refugees to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees in the Near East. We also call upon the state of Israel to temporarily pause any evictions of Palestinians in the contested regions. We implore the Palestinian Authority and Hamas to cease all violent actions. We strongly urge Hamas to demilitarize completely. We express appreciation for the cooperation of nations towards the noble goal of peace between Israel and Palestine.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any questions on our working paper? Chair, if you could recognize questions so it's easier for us to...
Yeah, sure. Sure, Delegate.
Thank you.
And are there any questions? Yes, Delegate of DPRK.
It was mentioned, yeah, thank you, Chair. It was mentioned in the resolution, second resolution, I believe, a second part.
Got completely cut off for me. The internet is really poor.
Sure. DPRK, can you please repeat your question?
I didn't even complete, sorry. Okay,
sorry,
sure.
Delegate.
It was mentioned in the second part of the resolution, meaning second operative clause of the resolution, that to encourage a more less corruptive Palestinian government. So with what means or what evidence does this kind of a resolution being passed? Less corrupt government?
If we are looking at the corruption of, come on, Delegate, it is very clear, the sheer corruption of both the Palestinian Authority, of Hamas, and of almost every organization that lays claim to the region of Palestine. It's horrifically corrupt. This is not even an accusation. This is common knowledge. This is what we discussed at length with respect to the misallocation of funds during our previous moderated caucus. So that is what evidence this operative clause is pursuing. In addition, it's obviously a good thing, right, to have a more democratic and less corrupt means of government. So the Delegate of the United States does not see how this would be something objectionable.
Thank you, Delegate.
Mr. Chair, that...
Right. Are there any other questions? Sure. Delegate of DPRK, another question.
It was also mentioned in one of the operative clauses to for the Palestinian authorities and other non-state groups like Hamas to refrain from escalating the violence. So doesn't that also imply for the Israeli authorities, though it is claimed as a defense or whatever reason? So doesn't that also have to apply for the Israeli military forces of whoever?
Could the delegate repeat that?
No, it was sure, Delegate. In one operative clause of the resolution, it was mentioned that Palestinian authorities and non-state groups such as Hamas need to refrain from creating more violence. It meant something of that sort. So it also implies to the Israeli authorities and forces equally as it does to Palestinian authorities, as violence has been inflicted by both the sides, and a claim on only one side would be unfair in the resolution.
Of course, that's why right here, we've requested both the state of Israel and the other non-state groups to cease hostilities, because our resolution, unlike another resolution that has been proposed here, is equitable to both nations, to both states. So that is why we have chosen a path where the Palestinian and Israeli concerns are addressed. we ask the state of Israel and the Palestinian entity to cease hostilities and enter a ceasefire.
Yes,
Now,
but in
now it's
I
obvious.
think
One
the
second,
that
delegate.
part of the
Allow me
operative
to
class
finish
is
the answer.
Delegate of DPRK, let the delegate of USA finish, please.
Thank you.
apologies, Chair.
See, so the idea is that, okay, the idea is that, we're asking both sides. Now, you can have your opinions on which side commits more violence. That is an opinion. But the fact is that we want the violence to cease.
Actually, the delegate has in the resolution during I think the resolution operative clauses were framed in a wrong manner, though the sponsorship team had meant to both the sides from refraining from violence. I think it was framed incorrectly. So there needs to be a reframed in that particular operative clause of the resolution.
How would the delegate recommend that this be reframed? If the delegate could send an amendment via chit, and if it is deemed friendly by the sponsors, we would gladly be able to change it.
Sure,
But
sure,
yeah.
delegate.
Thank you, delegate. Mr. Chair, if there are any further questions?
I don't see any. So, yes, delegate of Turkey.
Yeah, the delegate of Republic of Turkey would like to amend the clause 15. I would like to change the word completely to partially, please.
Would
All right,
would the delegate be open to striking the word completely altogether?
I am open to it, yes.
All right, so I would gladly, Mr. Chair, point
Sure.
of parliamentary inquiry, are we in a phase where amendments may be suggested?
See, delegate, the thing is, for amendments, you need a formal sheet of paper describing all the necessary changes, but due to time constraint, we don't think we can do that at the moment. But as chair, I will allow the requested amendment.
Okay, so we can strike completely.
You may just do that, delegate.
All right, delegate. I'm sorry. All right, chair. What I'll do is I'll redraft this to strike.
Sure.
Chair, regarding the amendment which meaning the delegate of DPRK had suggested regarding, it is a 14th operative clause.
Was that a message for delegate of USA?
Yes, regarding the amendments on the resolution.
Sure. Delegate of USA, I hope you've received a message.
The delegate has not yet received a message. And
delegate. The delegate of USA, did you
no.
receive the message from DPRK? The
Not
delegate
yet,
DPRK, she has said something.
Is it in WhatsApp?
No, no delegate.
Orally said.
She just said it. So have you heard her?
Right. The delegate would declare any amendment to clause 14 as unfriendly, as a hostile amendment.
Is that so, delegate of DPRK?
The delegate of DPRK, the message which regarding the amendment was, it implies current operative clause is telling implies the Palestinian Authority and Hamas to cease all violent actions. The amendment which was requested here is also the Israeli Authority needs to also to be included here, as the delegate of USA had also mentioned that it is equitable resolution, and it is also imploring meaning. Calling upon both the sides from refraining from such violent actions,
which is why what permission to answer clause 8 deals with the state of Israel and with paramilitaries. Now clause 14 deals with the Palestinian Authority and Hamas. So these occupy two different portions of the same problem.
Okay.
If the delegate is satisfied with that.
Agreed, delegate. Thank you.
Right, so delegate, you may amend. Please do it in a timely manner because we don't have time left.
So may I stop sharing?
Sure, delegate. And after this, we will begin with the voting procedure. Also, just a reminder for Delegate of USA, an amendment cannot be amended under any circumstances. So if you're making an amendment, make sure it's permanent, because you can't make changes later on.
Of course. So the only amendment that we agreed to was the striking of the word completely in the 15th clause.
Sure.
That's the only amendment agreed to.
All right, Delegate.
Would the chair be looking for a motion to enter into a voting session right now?
Actually, Delegate, I don't think we have time for that, since the committee is supposed to end at 4. Just a second, Delegate, what have you asked for?
I've asked for a motion to enter into voting.
Oh, into voting, then that'll be in
So we can
act.
immediately vote on both resolutions.
Sure, Delegate. At the moment, we have 25 delegates in committee, and a majority of 13 votes, if and more, will be required for a motion to pass, so for a resolution to pass. So I hope that's clear for all delegates.
Chair, the delegate hopes that the chair is in receipt of our working paper.
Yes, Delegate.
Thank you.
All right, so the chair has seen the amendments, and now we'll be moving into voting procedure. So the first resolution which we vote upon will be the resolution promoted by the Delegate of Italy and Delegate of Turkey. So just a reminder again, we need 13 votes for resolution to pass, as we have 25 delegates in this committee. So all the delegates in favor of the motion of the resolution sponsored by the Delegate of Italy and Delegate of Turkey, please raise your hands. There will be 1 minute. So all the delegates against the motion, against the resolution, voting against the resolution. Right, so the draft resolution clearly fails. Now we'll be moving to voting procedure for the second draft resolution sponsored by the Delegate of USA, actually by the Zionist Democratic Bloc. So delegates in favor of this resolution, please raise your hands. Delegates voting against this resolution. So the resolution clearly passes. Congratulations to all the countries sponsoring these resolutions. You did well. And